And we're live. Hello, everyone. Captain Future here. This is my Captain Future show, and I just did a test run before with Rian and a lot of other people, but this is another try here. For this is my official call here. I'm going to go over some books and knowledge and pods that you can use in a time of distress and opportunity. So we're only going to focus on the positive things here today in a world where everything is not positive in some regards and stuff like. So I'm setting up this channel here. I'm going to share out the link because I'm going to invite some guests later here on to see what's going on and see what's happening. So we have this link here. How are you all doing? Let's see what we can make happen here. I'm going to reload everything. Talking about so hello, hope you can see me all. I can see myself going live on my channel, so this is going to be a couple of hours here. First I'm going to talk about some pods and books, and I'm open to taking in guests here as soon as I can. So hello Christiana, so if you want to join, I'll send you the link here now. Evolutionary fire. So I'm not using Zoom this time. I'm trying a new tool called StreamYard. So it's a web-based tool for live streaming live. So I have my setup. We have been live streaming around the clock here, so I'm a bit groggy. This is night 3 for me. Last night I did a 7-hour streaming. First 2 hours, then 5 with Ben and Jürgen and other guests, and then 5 hours by myself talking about my journey and my knowledge and my findings in life and my my philosophy of what's going on in life. So, and we're gonna let's see. There's a plinging sound here. Oh, there's a plinging sound here. Let's see, so we can hear each other. All sound. So let's see who we can find and join in on this call. So this is gonna be a call about books and knowledge. I have with me some of my favorite paper books here. I'm going to go over them one by one and what they contain and stuff like that. Team Human, Douglas Rushkoff, Seven Sense, Douglas Joshua Cooper-Ramo, What to Do When It's Your Turn, Seth Godin, Age of Discovery, Ian Goldin, and Steve Kutarana. I'm also going to talk about some of my favorite audiobooks that I don't have in paper format. So I read and listen to a lot of podcasts and books. So I'm going to go over my favorite contents in all these books. It's going to be an interesting night, and you can pop in and pop out if you don't want to stay with me. I think I'm going to stream to 4 o'clock, so that I guess maybe 6 hours today as well. With short breaks, it's very important now that let's go over the basics. There's a whole world waking up to Zoom calls and live streaming that haven't experienced this before. Some of us has been in this world for many years, and so suddenly a whole world is going crazy, buying webcams and buying and doing their first Zoom call ever and stuff like that. So this is I've been doing Zoom calls the other nights, and now we're trying this StreamYard service instead. We'll see what that can bring us. So it's going to be very interesting to see what can happen. And of course, any time when you sit at home, also it's very important to get break, do a dance break, do a jumping break, or do something to get your blood flowing. Go drink some water, go wash your hands and head and face, and freshen up and stuff like that. So you don't. So you take care of your body. This is very important, especially time like this. If you're isolated at home or in quarantine, take care of yourself. Take short breaks, even if you're in important call. Remind the host then that it's time for a break. So let's do this together. I hope everything is. Let's see. Add Christiana to the screen. Mm. See what's happening. So I'm going to schedule this. So if we can take random guests throughout the evening, we'll do that. And in the time in between, I'm filling with knowledge of books and pods and stuff I've been listening to. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. I'm going to see if I live on YouTube as well. Christiana had connection problems here, so let's see if YouTube is working as well. I'm just learning this as we go, so it's very fascinating. It's a one-man show. The other people who's been streaming during the day, they had a whole crowd and team, but I said that you're going to be very tiring during the evening or the night, so I can take the night owl pass, so when everyone else is sleeping. So let's see what's happening here. I'm going to find out if we're live here as well. Emperage, is it working? Yeah, look, it's working. I'm live here as well. Fascinating. Here we go, live on all machines. So very fascinating to see in a time of connection and everything, what's happening. I'll send out the link to a few more friends. So this is live on our Emperage YouTube page. It's live on my Facebook, and it's live on Rehan's Facebook page. And you can see a lot of Rehan people here, and Bertola is here, of course, as well. So hi, everyone. We've just been setting up here for this is the beginning of a 6-hour live stream for me again this night. So nice of you to all to join in and see what's happening. So I'm here in Sweden, southern Sweden. We started an experiment this Friday where we said, okay, we're gonna do 84 hours around the clock, 3.5 days live streaming around the clock, and see what happens. And we invited a lot of guests, and a bit on our YouTube channel. There's been many amazing guests throughout the weekend here, talking about all kinds of subjects. People are doing online yoga and talking about all kinds of stuff. And yesterday we celebrated Earth Hour with a with an hour of silence, so we had a break at least in that. And we have guests from everywhere, from a lot of you from Pakistan, of course. And hello, James. And let's see what's happening there. And I'm going to have some more interesting guests. Let's bring people on here. Hello, Bertola.
Hello. Interesting forum.
Yeah. Yeah. So are you on your phone or your computer?
I'm on my phone.
You're on your phone. So it's working there as well. So I'm hosting here on the computer. So
I copied the link and then I put it in the browser and then I clicked on it and then it was pretty easy.
Oh, cool.
So it's amazing how.
So it's a new tool we will play around with and see how it works. It looks perfectly. I can stream to several YouTube and Facebook and Twitter channels simultaneously. So it's very cool to see what's happening. And we just did a dry hand. Rehan join us, some people from Pakistan before her. But now, so if anyone want to join, let's see, please write in a comment if you have something to add. This is going to be a conversation about knowledge and opportunity in a world gone mad. So we no politics, no politics and no religion and stuff like that. So, and not talking about what's going on in other countries and stuff like that. That we leave to other channels. This is a channel of opportunity for us now. So
yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of opportunities, and I was following the whole afternoon, different hackathons, and the amazing conversation with Rehan and David Orban before. And so it's amazing to see how much action are happening, and basically to build new opportunities and really coming together there in the hackathons with. And it was Unleash as well, the Indian. Basically, Unleash is a platform. I think I'm not sure if it was founded in Denmark, but at least they have Carlsberg Foundation, I think, is sponsoring, and some other actors there. So it was pretty interesting. I followed the Unleash hackathon in the weekend.
Ah, cool.
They had a big, I think the key Unleash conference, if I'm not mistaken, was in China this year, a few months back. And they have been in Denmark and other places.
Ah, great. So what's you as an expert system entrepreneur, what are you noticing when in hackathons like this and the one going on in Norway? What's the energy? What's the feeling? Does it solve any problems, or is it just talk?
I think the biggest thing is that you build the solutions. We will see what happens with the IDs and everything. That's a process. But I think the key thing is that it's a big, massive communities of practice. People are trying out things in a new arena, a new space, a playground. So you can imagine 1,000 people just to check in, do the linking, where to find it, where to, how to communicate, set up all these channels, whatever they are using, looking at participant lists. They find what we say new social capital out there. So it's all these side effects. I think they are more important than that's absolutely what I believe. That all the social capital being built and the energy is more important than the solutions themselves. I think in the long term. Because hopefully some of the solutions will lead to something, but as you know, it's from hackathons, and we have been part of many hackathons. It's not necessarily some of the ideas that will lead to a business or something good. It's more the peoples in the gathering that start to do things together that can have long-term relationship ahead beyond the event itself. So you learn to know other people. So I think that is the biggest value, and that and also, for example, Hack the Crisis Norway was amazing to see. It I would say they put it a bit in a new format with studios that have a lot of partners there. IKT, Norway. They had Cisco. They had some tech companies, Microsoft supporting. So obviously they had good tech support that could provide help with the platform. And if I understood correctly, also people working in the companies that have been sponsoring with worker time the last days to do this. So that's pretty cool.
Pretty cool,
and you build a match. We speak about social capital, bridging social capital. You build a larger community. For example, in this since I know a lot of people there in this context, not only Norway but around the world, and I can say in Norway there are a lot of, I think, networks there that you expand the community a little bit.
Okay,
People who before were maybe even competitors, some of them, but now you expand the community. So you go beyond because you're working on important thing that matters to a lot of people. So that's so the corona, of course, in itself is the trigger for everything. So,
it's fascinating to observe the change that can happen so quickly when you get a trigger like this. New ways of doing things, behavioral pattern, and people running around looking for answers and opportunities as well. So
yeah, and we'll see in a few months. I will follow. I think the people there who will be the new friends. Because we also know from when you build communities and relations that often it tends to be the same people over a long time, and that is of course nice to have the same group and you have all the positive things around that. But in times of change, you also need new perspectives, and you get that when you when you open up the community a bit, like an event like this. So that has been pretty interesting to see this weekend, and I got several ideas there to how you design processes. And what I'm also very curious about, interested in, is that how do you take an idea? We spoke the other day about this learning society, three levels of analysis. You have the individuals, you have the organizations, and then you have the society. So like three levels.
3 levels, yeah.
At least you can say team level and other levels as well. But when you have an event like this, where first of all you come in as an individual, and then you can go into a team around the topic, so suddenly you are a bit larger than yourself, obviously. And but how do you then take let's say the person, the individual level, the team level, that starts to be into the organizational level, and how do you start to put that into a bigger system, in a city perspective or a regional perspective or something like that? So how do you link these micro organized processes into a bigger system? That's and I think that's important for building this more powerful shift.
Yeah.
Often you tend to forget that in the when we follow the startup hype around the world, it's a lot of good vibes, but a bit of my feeling is that it's not always translated into the big change.
The big change, yeah. So this is like the linking part that is really important. Now, how do we transcribe all the good stuff you and me experience in our circles and the impact world and the startup world, and make it on a bigger societal level? So
yeah, at least make more, since it's another context. So then you need another sort of translation when you go from the startup very high energy business world up to another sort of organization, to more political organizations or other types of fields of practice. So that's and it's obviously it will make a big impact for the people who participate regardless, but you can make even more if you can nudge and if you can align with other types of fields of practice. We say fields of practice, like we have different logics, how we work in different branches and in different types of organizations.
Yeah.
So that's so it has been an interesting field, even if we have all this, of course, on the other side of the sad things around. A lot of people are suffering around the world and so forth. But on the other hand, this is happening, so it's like two things at the same time.
Yeah. Exactly. So just a short break. Sadaf is asking, I want to see the Northern Lights in Norway. When is the best time to visit and experience the Northern Lights up here? Yeah, I'm in the southern Sweden, so I've never myself seen Northern Lights, but you're in the northern Sweden, so you have maybe seen them.
Yeah, both the heart and the lights.
Both the heart and the lights, yeah.
I think it's even further north, in fact.
Yeah.
Or out direction to the coast in Norway from here. But you can say it's the north part of the Nordics.
Yeah.
And up in Tromsø, and these places are famous to have a lot of the Arctic capital of Norway, Tromsø. And that's at least how they market themselves. But I think it's some up there north. So,
Mhm.
and I think it's, if I'm not mistaken, we can check later, but I think it's in the middle of the winter. That's the best time, January, like that. So this time it's getting more and more light, outside. So soon we will not have any dark until it starts again in October.
Yeah.
From April to late September is almost light 24 hours. No, at least many hours.
Many hours light. Yeah, so it's the opposite of the winter. So it's the land of either or.
Yeah. Especially up here, and the further north you go, the bigger difference you have.
Yeah.
Against South Sweden or Europe in general, it's maybe not so big difference.
So it's not very apparent if you look at the Mercanto well map, but if you take an Earth globe, it's become very apparent how far up north Sweden actually is, like the polar circle.
Yeah, it's 2,200 kilometers.
Yeah, so and it's all thanks to the Gulf Stream that we can be up here in the north. Where else? Yeah.
You would come to, I'm not sure if it's all the way up to Alaska, but at least North Canada.
Yeah.
So if you go
to exactly North Canada and Alaska.
Yeah. And they have another climate than us.
Yes.
So that's so that's what I was thinking. And then of course we had Pakistan hack last.
Yeah, the SDG hackathon. What's the opportunity space that's open up there, you think?
Yeah, it will be amazing opportunities. Of course, it's a bit the barriers now in this time with the corona, but as said, it's hard to say in a few months because it's a bit unpredictable. But as long as we have technology and internet, then
as long as we have a Wi-Fi and batteries, so we can survive. But then after that, society will break down as we see it.
Otherwise, I will be really pissed off.
Yeah.
But I need to get the boat and speak with Mark and others.
So and it's important to keep a sense of humor and silliness in times like this as well.
Yeah.
So that's what you and we have a lot of internal jokes. We won't share them here, but we have a lot of public jokes as well. Humor and silliness is always the medicine to take you through bad experiences, life, and bad times. So
I remember last year or 1.5 years back when we did the digital pilgrimage. Where they built, I'm not sure if they built the first Viking boats, but at least at the very early, the place in Norway close to Trondheim where they built, they have this traditional building boats. And they have a museum there also. I can share the link later.
Yeah.
And I remember the guide there told that, I don't know the English word for this, but when they went out there winter time, I don't know when they did it in the winter time, but it was very rough weather.
Yeah.
And it was, they didn't have the lights the same as now. So they went out there and it was really hard conditions there. So humor was super important.
Yeah.
They had a special humor there to if not survive, but to go out on the sea required a lot of. It was a hard life, you can say.
It was a hard life. It was a hard knock life. That's a song from Annie, right?
Yeah. And humor was important. An important aspect there to navigate.
It's fascinating that humor is like a human trait that's gotten us throughout history. What's the evolutionary purpose of humor and silliness? And we can see like it's a human tool to put things in perspective, and in some way it's connected to curiosity and creativity and in the end innovation, because being silly and trying things out, doing things in a silly way. Usually it's just silly, but in a one time in 100 or 1,000, you actually come up with a new way of doing things for humor and silliness, and then you get what you call creativity and innovation. So by playing around and fooling around with stuff and just getting random results forever, and it's finally something come up. So it's not the only way to do science, but it's for sure a very great way to do innovation.
Yeah, Monty Python has this famous also these videos. They go a lot into this.
John Cleese, if you Google John Cleese and creativity, you will find some conversation with John Cleese about creativity and innovation, and it's really important in times like this. I was on call last night when I talked for 6 hours, and somehow I ended up in the rabbit hole of XKCD. It's an online comic that's been around for 15 years. Monroe is called. Yeah, and he makes very observant scientific jokes online and stuff like that. So, and especially now, we won't go into Corona, but if you want to look up to it, Google his jokes, and there's a lot of meta humor and perspective in his jokes that actually I think it's in many ways in the world triggered creativity and innovation as well, because he takes up a lot he's a computer programmer himself, so the whole computer world follow him close. There's a lot of innovation in UX and computer world has been triggered by conversation when he puts things what's the name, sätta saker till sin spets in English, put things on an edge. Yeah.
So I see now after your 6 hours practice, I get the feeling that you're into the new studio role.
Yeah, the studios, Captain Future.
You need to get to this, you know, if you stretch 6 hours in the night in the show, speaking to yourself and like that, you get, it's always like I heard on TV just an hour back that some of the people that at least at the moment they can't work, they who are do the flight service in the planes.
Yeah, they can't. They're out of work right now because some service industries are shut down. The event industry, some transport industries, theater, movies, and stuff like that are completely shut down now. So.
But what happened now is that they found out that they have some skills here. Obviously, I mean, they are in airplanes, so that's they are used to handle people who are maybe nervous or different circumstances. So now they will be host in the hospitals. So they take a 3-day course and they become obviously not do the nurse traditional role of a nurse of taking blood pressure and needles and all this,
but they can help
out
people with the people skills, the social skills.
So now governments and companies around the world have reached out, as I understood from the TV program, to see could they do some similar things. So suddenly something new emerges in between. Maybe you see new skills that were not seen before.
That's an opportunity now. What way can I use my skills in a new context, reframing them, let's say, and also getting online and talking to people in your industry. So if someone somewhere else in the world get an idea how you can use your skill, connect with them and find out. That's a golden opportunity to connect with people in your field or any field for that matter. But especially if you're all in the same boat all over the world in a different field like theater or you're a flight attendant or stuff like that. Connect with other flight attendants all over the world and share knowledge, share opportunities, so you don't succumb to despair. So share opportunities for each other.
So next time, maybe if you come to hopefully you will not be needing to go there to the hospital, but maybe you will meet the people they are doing flight, you know, when they are going to lift off. So it's new innovation.
New innovation, yeah.
So that could be pretty cool to see.
Yeah.
They can learn. They can maybe give some new advice there to the hospitals.
Yeah.
So what have you learned this weekend from the
What have I
talks?
learned this weekend? A lot of stuff about myself, especially. This is everyone should take the opportunity to learn things about themselves. So I have learned that I can have a multi monologue with myself when I talk to myself in different aspects. And this is always funny. This is a skill more people should explore, having a dialogue with yourself. Exploring your own inner identities, like parent, your professional identity. I'm a gamer, so my gamer identity. If you're a sports person, explore your football identity. Who are you? There was a very funny thread many friends have shared of me. So many people now have started working from home all over the world, and especially in the US. So the spouses, the wives and husbands of the people now seeing the work identity of their spouse from home. They're a completely different person. So you have a husband that's very timid and nice, and suddenly when he's on a video call with his work colleagues, he's a different person. He uses a different voice, his work voice and stuff like that. So people are suddenly awakening up that inside of us we have different personalities that we use different tones of voice, different body language in certain settings. So people are first now becoming aware of this.
Yeah, exactly. So that's So
it's a large social experiment. Putting people working from home.
The life is a big experiment.
Life is a big social experiment. So that's the thing, yeah. So I learned that you are familiar with the term VUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. So this is the world we now live in. It's a world with speed of innovation speeds up, the speed of change is up. There's more people ever on earth doing more new stuff that has never been before, new product, new services, new innovation, new research, new ways of connecting. So there's so much going on in the world, and that's why that we use a term like this. It's complex, it's unpredictable. We can't understand cause and effects in a clear way, and like there's a lack of predictability. Like if you do A, B doesn't always happen. Sometimes C happens instead of A when you do stuff like this in a complex world. So to understand that, you have to develop like what they call a system entrepreneur's mindset, or a VUCA mindset. So I came up with a term. I'm a VUCA-ness handler. I can handle VUCA-ness, the effect of a VUCA world. So that I came up with. And also, since I've been talking to myself for so many hours, I've never done this before. I've done shorter bursts, like 20 minutes, 30 minutes in my audio blog. I've done audio blogging, video blogging many years, but never 6 hours straight. So thinking out loud is allowed. So talk to yourself out loud. Even if you're not live streaming, start talking to yourself at home to comfort yourself. If you're alone at home, start talking to yourself. You will find out that you are the company you're going to keep for the rest of your life. If you haven't realized it by the age of 47, like I am, it's some people it came to a shock. Oh my God, I'm stuck with this guy for the rest of my life. So I better start talking to him.
Yeah, that's a very good one. And after 6 hours, you give up.
You give up. No, I'm at it again today. So.
Yeah, but you need that dose to get
dose. Yeah, exactly. You give up. Okay. I can
accepted.
I have accepted myself for who I am. Yeah, so it was a great experience of acceptance as well, and discovering the deeper truths of. I call myself a silly person or a playful person, and I went all in on some silly concepts last night. So and I've never done that online before because some of us is timid. We're afraid to share our inner self, our inner thoughts, our inner ways of behaving and doing, but I started that letting go. So like some actors, like John Cleese is a fantastic person, like we talked about letting out inner child and his inner playfulness on stage and in a public setting. Many people are afraid of losing face all over the world and keeping their face and they don't want to seem silly or crazy and stuff like that. So they're very, very timid and keeping face. And what we call the business world, I talked about when you put on your suit, especially if the male, you wear a suit that's your business uniform, your serious uniform. Now you're serious suddenly. There's no time for play and silliness. But many people are saying the exact opposite, like John Viveki and so that we have to reclaim play, especially in a time like this. We have to reclaim play, playfulness, silliness, and all that stuff to actually come through this crisis alive as human beings and build. So let's explore that further. Explore that with yourself. Explore that with your spouse. Play with your children at home if you are, or if you're a child, play with your adult.
I totally agree.
This is a time for play.
Yeah, that's why we need playgrounds.
Yeah, playgrounds. Yeah. So tell us about what is a playground. You're like not the literal physical definition, but you're more like professional definition.
But I mean, but meeting place is a bit boring. It's like we need a new metaphor or a new, at least something that's a bit upgrading. Yeah, Bobby Fisk is there. Hello.
Hack the self with love, hack the world to becoming to being. Bobby Fiskin is a friend of us in San Francisco, a fantastic playful guy.
But the playground tried to establish a bit of course, the physical meeting place that we normally go to, good events, good dynamics. We all have, I'm sure, people who go to a lot of events have their favorite places where you have good vibes, good dynamics, and some people like big events, other people small events. There's some, but they have some ingredients. I think most of the arenas where you can be yourself, where you feel comfortable, where you have some fun. You can easily find some of these elements. But I think in the new era we are in, we also need to naturally have this digital space integrated into the combined or integrated into the physical. And that doesn't mean that, which is the normal thing when you go to conference, that you have a hashtag and you have a live stream. You need to take it seriously, the digital space, that you have integrate the good dialogue. Maybe you even at least put the same time into the design of the digital as the physical.
Yeah.
Normally put maybe 5-10% of the things. You have a hashtag and some flyer and some communication, and then you put a few tweets out or something. And with maybe some powerful tools, but then you are not really building a dialogue or relations in the digital space. You are what John Hagee speaks about, the push economy, a push out information.
The push,
and
one-way communication.
And hopefully someone is on the other side, but you don't take it's, and often you see, at least people I met who are maybe, they call themselves professional at least, but it's still, they don't, a lot of people haven't seen the digital spaces as real. It's like the physical is real, but not the digital. That's fake. Or it's not fake, but it's not real.
Yeah.
So I would say both of them are very real, but there are different dynamics inside, but they are both very real. So that's the first thing, you need to see them. The digital is real, and it has real consequences. So learn how to deal with these two types of fields and integrate them. That's a playground.
Mm.
And a playground, you have some rules, you have some fun, you have some dynamics. What is a playground? Go to playground where the kids play. If you do some wrong mistakes, you will have a lot of sand over you. They will cry and run away, and there will be fight. There will be some dynamics in a playground.
Yeah.
But it can also be magic, and you can start to build castles and everything if you have some stuff inside. But you need some rules, you need some norms, you need some, that's the culture inside, and you need some tools inside there. And you need some nice sand.
You need some nice sand, yeah. And a nice swing or stuff like that to get the motion going and the flow going.
Yeah, that's a playground, and you can imagine yourself there.
Yeah.
You can make it bigger or smaller, and so forth.
Yeah, so it's a great metaphor for when you can get things going. So I'm talk to some people now that there's this extra large need, especially now, like we found out during the last couple of weeks, for what we call experiment zone, test beds. Test bed is like the industrial tech word name for it, but playground is the more societal system new of this. So we need cities who can facilitate this, where anything goes, and you can get help from the local municipality, local city to help facilitate trying things out and see if lift a rule or two in a special zone to see, start experiment in a neighborhood or a block. What happens if we do this in a block that's usually not allowed for policy and norms and stuff like that? So dedicate a block for a zone where you can start lifting regulations and policies and see what happens there, and monitor it closely, of course, so nothing goes wrong or there's like that. So you have to have the leaders and the monitors there.
And I remember last year at Almedalen, it was in the Google, the Hack for Sweden space. And there was some question there of how can you do to increase the innovation in a city or organization. And one of the answers there, maybe it was Michael who said it.
Mikael Ahlström.
Yeah. I think it was him, if I'm not mistaken, who said that, you need to put into the policies a mandate to experiment.
Yeah.
Or a budget for experimentation.
A budget.
A budget and the words of experimentation. Because then suddenly if something goes wrong, you can say, but it's...
it was an experiment. There was no... You don't have to report a special result.
It was not a mistake.
It was not a mistake, no. And it wasn't a cost because it was allowed to spend the money on this.
Yeah, so you can have an answer. You don't need to be perfect all the time, and it really opens up. It's a
so the local press can't hold you responsible for making a big failure, because this wasn't a failure. Was it? There was no risk. It was an experiment.
Yeah, exactly. And it's already the politicians have said that it's okay. We should do this. So then you can suggest that. That would be something good.
Per Östling is commenting here. I invited him to the stream, see if he want to join in, but
in betweens, yes.
In the in betweens, yes. You can see the comments on your phone as well, yeah.
Yeah, all real innovations happens in between, and all unreal innovations happen inside.
Inside, yeah. Time and trust and some resources, not necessary money. I'll be talking earlier about the definition of enablers. Enablers can be a network, it can be money, it can be resources, it can be locale, it can be a possibility space and stuff like that. So enablers is a container word we can use for all the things we need to make something happen.
And that's I shared. It was the second or third time I shared this flyer today about don't feed the fear.
Don't feed the fears. The bears.
In fact, it was John Hagel who shared it 5 years back. I saw him the other day sharing it. It was 5 years back, and he said it's a good time to share it. But I think it's also important to remind yourself, like what voice are you speaking to yourself to
Yeah.
in times like this? Because as soon as you get into fear, and I was just listening to Italy, for example, and of course Spain, and they have, in comparison to our problems in Sweden at the moment, they are obviously much more sensitive and much more. They have. It's really bad if you can
Yeah,
compare.
really bad. Yeah.
And then things can go out of control. We hope it will not do. But suddenly, when you're not locked in, but in a curfew, and I heard today in Swedish television, one of the reasons in Sweden that we don't have curfew or sort of still quite open society, that you can, in terms that you can go out, you can even go to restaurants, sit down, but you should keep a social distancing and be careful of not visiting older people and so forth. But if you're sort of controlled and locked in for several months, it's not good for your mental stability, but psychology. Things can go quickly out of control. And when things happen, a rumor and fake news on internet, and will the food disappear? And we know how quickly, like this weekend, it was in a good spirit. We had the hackathons with thousands of people joining in. That shows how powerful it can be when you start to aggregate social capital, but it can also go opposite. So you need to be very careful and observant of this fear mechanism around fear.
Yeah. And you and I, we're a big fan of a song called "Fear of the Dark," Iron Maiden. Just gonna make a segue there. And so, when you said "Don't feed the fears," that's an rewriting of a sign that you get in zoos. Don't fear the bears. And you are also sometimes called the bear by Rehan. So you don't feed Betola. I come out from that. But fear of the dark. And in time like this, it's very important in music and dancing as well. You and I, we were rocking to our favorite rock music.
That's why you have your lamp in front of you. Because you see, of course, go back to the Siemens, or when you went out on the ship for months and had no idea where, will I come back or something. Then you needed some courage and to deal with this. But still, and I did a lot of rock climbing years back. It's also, that's great. Bobby. No, I think I have signed up already for it.
Yeah.
So, so obviously you should be prepared. Then you can take better decisions. But fear is a bit of, we constantly see these people who are looking for this can go wrong, like you have the Murphy's Law there. If something
the Murphy's Law, yeah.
So you can start to look for things that are really negative.
Yeah.
So something you can, if you're a social entrepreneur, if you want to do good, you find tools so people can use, be active in whatever. It can be some local activity or global activity. And then you can reduce a bit of this risk that can lead to fear.
Yeah, we need that. We are you have to develop an opportunity mindset, even in times of crisis. And we can actually, of course, talk traditional historical examples during the London Blitz, when everything should be as dark as possible. When the bombs was falling all over London, they did this great campaign that was called what was it called? Keep calm and carry on. Yeah. And it was go about your business, don't succumb to fear, we won't let them beat us, because this was one of the world's first terrorist attacks. This was an attack on civilian targets instead of military targets. So it was one of the world's first terrorist attacks, and the object was, of course, to make England succumb to fear, but they did the opposite. They hunkered together and used their inner strength and community building instead of succumbing to fear. So it's very important. So.
Yeah, I think it's also a good article there if you want to read it. It's some years back since I read it. The Gouchman disaster. It was Carl E. Weick who wrote it, about firefighters if I'm not mistaken, it was firefighters in Florida in the late 40s. That were called in for a fire, and all of them except 2 or 3 were dead in this fire. So they were surprised.
Yeah.
But some of them survived in the fire there, and they found out when he looked at how they survived. They had an ability to speak with themselves, like you did last year, 6 hours.
Yeah, and the monologue with yourself.
Yeah, they had built a virtual identity, and this later also evolved into sense making.
Yeah.
So how do you make sense of situations that you maybe you don't know exactly how it is. So in this occasion, obviously things happened very rapidly, and they were caught in the fire. But you should read the article. It's pretty long there. The Gouchman disaster. I can even share it later. But they reconstructed based on, for example, when the time they found the watches in that were burned down. This article was made 30 years after the fire.
Okay.
So he reconstructed what had happened, and I came out with.
What was it called?
The Gouchman disaster. The collapse of sense making. The Gouchman disaster.
I'll see if I can find it here, or someone else.
48 or something. 1948. And there were 5
yeah, the collapse of sense making, the Gouchman disaster. Yeah, I found some articles about that, so someone can. I'll post a link to that later. Someone want to read up.
The observations of they who survived. There are 4 points in there. No, one was to build virtual identity. So in this fog, they had the capacity to speak to themselves, to build trust with the virtual identity.
Yeah, cool.
So it's like to build a bit like light in front of you, in this sense. You build something, the courage to go a bit forward in very unpredictable times.
Yeah. So that's what I did. That's what I practiced last night, and sense making with myself. Yeah.
So because you start.
Do you do that then?
Inside all the time. I mean, that's why good to observe your inner voice. Your
inner voice, yeah.
Is it a good because you take a lot of decisions all the time? And is it a bad person speaking to you or a good person? And that requires some training.
That requires some training. So this is a thing, exercise you all can do. Start your own Facebook Live, like Rihanna says, and start talking to yourself in front of have an open dialogue with yourself in front of the camera, if you dare. Yeah. This is a dare.
And do it live.
And do it live, of course. No cheating, like Rihanna says.
It can be good practice.
Yeah.
And interesting. And also you will give up after some hours of feeling uncomfortable of speaking in front of the camera or
Yeah.
saying something wrong.
I hope nobody watches my stream from last night, the 5-hour one. I'm gonna watch it myself to see if I made sense of anything at the end. I know there was a lot of gestures and lightsabers and stuff and laughing and silliness. I have my lightsaber here somewhere. I'm gonna bring it on very soon here. So
yeah, that's good. Yeah, I think I need to go prepare a few things now.
I know James Sanusa is joining us in 30 minutes or something like that, or maybe a little bit of that. And I've posted a link to see if when I open the whole practice here is open random supportive. So give a short run of that again. Your favorite subject.
Yeah. The other, it's a guy called Thomas Power who coined this from CSC word, the closed selective controlling world, to ORS, open random supportive.
Yeah.
And the traditional, we are still, of course, in this sense, the mechanism, how we organize today, and we have built business and everything, that we have hierarchies, we have responsibility, we have someone is sending some things here. Yeah, so it's built on control very much, and you select people into organization or who you want to be with or whatever. And but in this new world, taking Corona as an example, which came 2 months back, was more or less unknown to people. And now the whole economy in 150 countries around the world are in lockdown.
In lockdown, yeah.
So then you can't, this is unpredictable.
Yeah, so the VUCA world we talked about before, yeah.
Yeah, so you need a completely, that requires another type of building organizations and mindset.
And mindset and a culture, like the human culture and mindset inside the organization.
Yeah, and if you have, so openness, that has to do with your sort of building organizations, that they are more receptive, that they have a way of finding what we call weak signals or new information quicker, and that will respond to it. I heard the governor to New York, for example, said until now, according to him at least, US response has been reactive ever since first day. So
reactive, yeah, not proactive.
Proactive. So
no, they've been reactive instead of proactive, yeah.
Yeah, so if you have an open organization and like that, at least you have a better capacity to organize. The other, so that's one thing, to be open. And as we know, if you want to be in control, you don't want people in. Maybe they hear the wrong thing and you have very thick walls. So that's hard for an organization who want to be in control and behind bars.
Yeah.
So to be open suddenly, that requires, they can see in here, this is scary.
This is scary. Because they can see what we do by us.
Yeah, and suddenly they will come and take everything we have. So this is, it's not only what you say, it's really hard to be open. The second is randomness, and that's even harder, I would say. And because to be that things can come in whenever, you normally work 7 to 4 and then you go home. But here, suddenly an opportunity comes when you are about to go out from the door. Yeah, but then you need to stay. You can't check out then you'll miss the opportunity.
Yeah.
So in this world, things can come whenever. So you need the mindset for being more fluid and to build some kind of network to be supportive around it. That's a culture to be pay forward or supporting others or helping others. Then you build a better, you could say, like an amoeba or like an organization that is more fluid.
Fluid, yeah.
Instead of telling people what to do, sort of. So it's 3 mechanisms: open, random, supporting. You can say dynamic instead of and it's really hard to do this. But
it's easy to say, but hard to put into practice, like and live by these norms.
But you see this mechanism like in the corona, or if you speak, you can take examples like Snowden, for example, which is a bit of a symbol how powerful and how sensitive these matters can be, where you want information to be controlled and locked in, and suddenly someone opens it, like the hackers. That has been the hacker culture, to open up and give out the information, and it can be obviously hurting and stuff for they who want it to be inside the organization.
Yeah. So not going into politics, we can refer to like the cyberpunk culture and everything that was made popular during the 30 years ago for people like Douglas Rushkoff, where they talk the information wants to be free. There was Johnny Mnemonic, a movie back then. There was and The Matrix, the movie, is a movie about this as well. If you want to like go into like the fictional side of this, so The Matrix is certainly a movie about open, random, and supportive instead of selective and controlling. And the closing quote in Rehan is here. Hoo-hoo! And this closing the closing quote in Matrix is certainly a quote about this. Where we go from here is a thing I leave to you. I will read the quote later. So if you stick around, you will get the full Matrix quote as well. So
yeah, we need to sit a few minutes more now.
So you have
Tony's here.
Yeah, we have Rabia and Rehan. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Captain Future Show, the late night edition in Sweden. At least it's very late in Pakistan right now. It's long after midnight, right?
We are owls. We are awake at night time. Dungeons and Dragons.
We're night owls.
Dracula.
Yeah. So how are you doing, Rehan? Are you following? You have been exposed to Bartola's talk about open, random, and supporting, and you certainly live that way yourself. So
yeah, Rehan is a perfect example of that.
Yeah.
And I love your gear with the microphone and everything. My God, you look like a disc jockey and radio.
You should see. We had a whole professional radio studio.
Your apartment is now into a studio.
This is Stallion's home, so it's a Stallion.
You're Stallion's home.
Yeah, so this is his bookshelves behind me and his books.
Stallion lives in Halmstad.
No, I'm in southern Sweden, called a small town called Lomma, just north of Malmö. So we can see the turning torso, and we can see Denmark from here.
Lomma.
So we're very close to Denmark here in southern Sweden. So.
Okay, cool.
I heard the interview you had with David Orban before.
Yeah.
So today was very good.
Smart guy.
Yeah.
But you will follow up with a new interview soon.
I hope so. I think I want to talk about the religion, but the problem is I am scared of talking about religion with him, but I think Rabia can do it.
Yeah.
And if Rabia is up for it, she can talk about the purpose of religion, past, present, and future. Because the religion, she can ask about questions about religion in the West, how in Sweden the churches are being converted into discotheques and co-working spaces and just available for sale because nobody comes to attend. And how was it 100 years ago? How was it 50 years ago? And how is it now?
Yeah.
But it's a dangerous topic to talk about unless Rabia does it in a way where she's just talking about as a subject, not as something which has to do with us.
But where I can talk about it, I have no issue to talk about it. I will talk about it in that way that like it should be not objectable to anybody.
Right. So like you were talking about sexuality earlier, in the same way a lot of good people got upset, but similarly it's an important subject. I think I was talking to Lynn Chittick yesterday, and she was saying it's a very important subject to talk about. It is, but nobody dares to talk about it. So if you have, you have probably more guts than I have. If you want, you can talk with her using the same software. Similarly, David Orban is the guy who I was talking to earlier, and the religion subject came up, and the purpose of a nation state came up. So there are lots of terminologies. If you watch that show, and then you Google the terminologies and understand, and if somebody is educated on the subject and the host is educated, the guest enjoys talking about it. If you don't know about the topic and you talk about it with the guest, it's no fun for the guest.
Exactly.
Okay.
So if you research the subject of religion, past, present, and future, and you need to study at least 10 hours to 20 hours to understand it a little bit, because it's very complicated. And it's a very, I don't know if
religion of Sweden or what?
What?
Or overall religion? You are talking about overall religion. What?
The status of religion in the West. I mean, it's very different than what it is now in Pakistan or India or other countries. People look at religion very differently. So, there is somebody was telling me the other day, I'm not sure, that there are 0 people following religion in Iceland. So I wonder how it can be 0, because there are lots of Muslim, I'm sure, there. I mean, they would probably not be in the 0. So how does it work?
Okay, I have a suggestion then. Like, I want to do that, but I want to do it with different audience, not my audience, because my audience, I think, don't ready. This is, I think, Rehan bhai.
You are right. You can maybe do it with the audience of Stallion.
Stallion?
The channel which we are in right now, the YouTube channel of this Best of the World or something. So yeah, I mean, it's something you can think about. And because religion is playing a very interesting role in the world right now, what has happened.
Love to do on the show, because this will be, I will learn a lot of things, and I am interested in it. And send me the link and everything, or hint, so I can understand, like, should I study, and then I will prepare and I will do a show.
All right.
I came here, actually, Rehan bhai, I want to share. I came here, I was awake, and I want to help Stallion. Like, he is doing good. He started in a good way. I asked him that I can help you if you need my help. So I came here for that purpose. But and I like your idea. I will work on it, but send me something. Initially, the Stallion, the person name, Stallion is a person name or what?
Never mind. Forget everything what I said. Delete. Never mind. Let's become co-host with Captain Future. There are lots of other topics to talk about. You don't have to touch that.
Yeah, I can help him. I can help him.
Yeah.
So what are you guys talking about, Captain Future?
We were talking about open random support and what's going on in the world. No, Bertola, what he's finding out and discovering, like, how do we foster opportunity and not succumb to fear in a time like this? It's very, very important topic. And Bertola shared Don't Feed the Fear sign that many people have been sharing for many years, actually, and it's extra important.
Can I make? So can I share something I just did?
Yeah.
So I was talking to this guy. He is like Rehan in Balochistan, in another state in Pakistan. He runs an organization like Pakistan Online, and I suggested him to take 10 volunteers and gave him very interesting questions to do show about every single day. And the topics are, for example, how to make 100% digital literacy in Balochistan, how to grow aloe vera farms in Balochistan, how to make everybody get a smartphone and laptop in Balochistan. So he will dedicate one person, and they will do a show on StreamYard every day for 1 hour And before they do the show, they will research the subject for 1 hour on the internet, learn themselves, and share their sharings. So now all of a sudden they're focused on particular problems which are existing in their town, in their state, and they will start discussing those problems for 1 hour a day. That's 30 hours a month, and as a result, it will definitely do something for the issue. And everybody has time. Everybody was saying before, I don't have time for this. And all of a sudden now everybody has time to do this. Cillian has 5 hours a night to do this. So here you go. And you can start the same in Sweden. All the issues which you have in Sweden, you can dedicate one person per issue and just talk about it 1 hour a day on that subject only. And all of a sudden people, because lots of people are coming on the internet. I just found a post. I woke up with 1,000 friend requests in the morning, and she was not even my Facebook friend. So apparently it's not just me, but others, the internet is just waking up. It's like a beast, waking up finally.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see a fascinating internet in the next 6 months. I'm kind of scared and happy at the same time.
Scared and happy at the same time. Is that the new? We have to come up with a new name for that feeling. What does it?
It's giving me shivers, Excitement giving me shivers.
I am Marie Hannick, scared at the excitement. So we talked about silliness and playfulness before as well. How important that is in times like this to foster creativity, innovation, and come up with new ideas. So I'm feeling Rehanic is a new silly word we can use for being excited and scared at the same time.
They have already Rehan style.
Rehan style. Yeah.
Ninja style.
Rehan style, that is to be 100%.
God bless Jan bhai.
Atula, your microphone sucks. I can't hear you.
Okay.
Yeah. You have to hold it up in the air.
I need to hear.
So it doesn't touch your shirt. You have to hold it up in the air.
Is it better now?
Yeah, it's better now.
It was.
But I miss you. Swim over.
Yeah, it will come. Now, Rehan style, that means that you're 120% totally relaxed.
Ah.
Yeah.
So if you go to the studio, I took some. You were in a keynote presentation a few weeks back, and you had one. I can't even describe because you had the foot and the leg behind the other leg, like almost half sleeping. I remember also at the Lift conference there, I have some good shots from the camera when you are half lying in the sofa on the stage. So that's Rehan style.
I can also tell what's Rehan style.
Where was the studio? Where was the studio?
At the studio, I mean...
the Lift.
The Lift conference, that was on the stage.
Yeah.
And then there was a conference a few weeks back. And then in where you have in Karachi, also where you sit in the sofa, I noticed you have no socks on. That's Rehan style.
Rehan style.
We have no socks anywhere.
Yeah. But I haven't seen any studio before. So you're definitely unique.
We are all unique.
We're all unique. We're all.
रेहान भाई की एक बात और भी तो है ना, रेहान भाई सबको अपने पीछे लगा के खुद भाग जाते हैं फिर.
Yeah, but what it comes down to, I think it's because it's.
Did you understand what I said? But Tola, you said yeah.
No, but what it is, it's that it's superhuman. It's where you build, you take the formal stuff away, and you become more how you are. So that builds. You come quicker to this building trust. in relations.
And what I observe, one more thing nowadays is that I think he is doing it from start, but I think that I should develop it in myself as well. Sometimes we act reactively, we respond reactively. But I whenever I saw Rehan Bhai and I learn and I want to develop this quality in me, that whenever he feels that he should react, he was smiling, and that is the good thing. And sometimes when he feels that he should not continue with that, whatever happening, he's not he feels not comfortable, then he just leave it with a smile, rather, like, passing a judgment or saying something which other person didn't like. And his teaching style is very good. He do not teach in that way that other person is I am teaching you, I am your teacher, or this is you should do. He just throw a light in towards your way, and it's you that if you're ready, you can pick that. So I really like best style. And whenever I learn it, and I try to develop it in myself as well. But when you meet good person, you feel good vibes, and you say that you always pray for them. Rehan Bhai is one of them. Then when I feel okay, I pray to him. I pray for him. Okay, long live, have great health, and have more people around you with as your friends who care about you. So yeah.
So fast that nobody really understands what you're saying.
But I speak good. You should, if somebody wants to say, listen me, please repeat that video. I will not speak at me.
I still will not understand.
Rehan bhai, there is a single problem. There is not my fault. I just want to speak that you are a good person, and
speak slowly so that other person can understand.
Okay, let me try, but I will not repeat my words again. I have said what I have said.
Okay.
तारीफ से लड़कियों की करनी चाहिए दो दफा.
Enjoy. I'm gonna leave.
You're gonna leave, Rehan. It was so great having you here.
Yeah, I think James Anusa is coming soon.
Yeah, James Anusa is coming on with a big crowd and some other people. So I have some great people lined up here. So we'll see. Let's see. Open random supporting. I've shared the link in some messenger groups today as well. So see who joins in. So.
Okay, see you a bit later. So hopefully he will join soon.
Yeah, and like I said before, it's very important to stretch your legs. So I'm going to go stretch my legs for 1 minute, and I will get back in 1 minute. So you can sit there and say something interesting. Hijack the channel.
Okay, see you.
Yeah, see you, Bart.
Bye.
So you can say something interesting for 1 minute. I'll be back soon.
Okay, fine. So this is the channel of Cilion, and he just started. I just see that he just started his live videos, and it's very interesting that he started it very soon. Like I don't think that there are a lot of people who tried. Like I have seen. But I feel that because they visited Pakistan, Bartola and Cilion visited Pakistan, and so when I see that he started a show, I feel that I should help him, because in starting, when you are doing something like that, sport matters. And yes, Rehan Bhai also do in that way. Like and today I was watching his video, and I see that he never tired. Like he is teaching one by one. He's teaching me do that in that way, teaching another person, okay, use this and do in that way, teaching Garda. And oh my God, giving so much time to everybody and trying to like help them in their journey so they can grow a little bit. Even though he is helping so much, but we are not doing the way like he is helping and he is available for the people. So that's great. And Leon is doing good, and I will help him, and it will also help me because I also want to learn new things, and I
Hello. Are you lagging? Am I lagging? No, I'm live. We lost you there, Rabia. No sound. Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, sorry. I am so sorry, Leon.
Oh, yeah,
It just ended
the
up.
whole world has internet problems. So this is just the time we live in right now, when everything is bumping up. Everyone is doing everything everywhere.
Okay, I want to congratulate you, Leon, because I just saw that you mentioned the link of YouTube, and I just saw that, and that was just a 5-hour video continuous. You were speaking. I didn't listen it fully. I just just listen it like if you take a guest on it or not. And that was you who was speaking. I thought that, oh my God, like you speak. Hello, Flores.
Hello, Flores.
I remember Flores. Like I also maybe I talked him once. I interviewed him once. Is that
great?
Yes, Purpose.
Oh, and somebody else is calling me. Okay, I'll leave it.
Yeah.
So you are doing great, Leon. I just want to say to you, let's keep it up. And if you need any help, I will really, I want to help you because I want that you should do it. You are doing it good.
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, others as well.
Hello, Anna. How do you pronounce the name?
Hanneli.
Hanneli, yeah, Hanneli.
Yes.
So do you have a headset? Someone is have a lot of background sound. No? I don't know who it was. Yeah, it's good again. So we start with Flores. Flores, tell us a little bit about you. How do you do? What are your place in the world? Where are you?
I'm in Amsterdam. Hanneli might also be Dutch or not?
No.
Or Scandinavian?
South African.
Oh, South African. Okay, then this name makes sense because it's kind of Dutch also.
Yeah.
So today I did a workshop online workshop on wizardry. And it's not about magic or being a magician. It was not about Harry Potter stuff, real world magic. I didn't understand the workshop myself also, not so much, but it was very beautiful, touching, with talking about how we experience the crisis and how we stay in touch with our humanity. And it was a beautiful, sensitive workshop. I think there were some beautiful sharing moments. I felt connected to people. I'm personally quite stable in everything, so I'm a lot of thoughts in my head, but mentally I'm very stable in this whole thing. And I find that a lot of people are very anxious and they need help, advice, support, things. And I also found that if I play too much with the possibilities we have now, that some people are still too much in the survival state, and they are too much into, how we're going to survive this. And then I think, oh, let's think ahead, and then that's too quickly. So on the other level, I lost all my customers because I'm work mainly with groups and no groups. I never teached online, so it was my first time online. So
yeah, the same here.
This thing. And of course, the competition in online teaching is huge, and I didn't want to ask money, so I also let go of that. And I just had an adventure because I think adventures help me and other people. So that's how and what I'm doing. And then I have some very interesting projects I'm working on that might come later.
Great. And Hanneli, who are you and where are you in the world?
I'm half human, half alien.
Half alien,
yes, I know.
One of the grey ones or the reptilian ones?
Hey? You won't know. It's for you to find out. But yes, I'm in South Africa at the moment. I'm a professional nomad. I've been a nomad since 2013. And I'm born South African with French ancestry on both sides. My mom called me after a very famous South African opera singer who found her fame in Europe at the time. And she loved this lady, the way she was singing. That's why I got the name. It's a very interesting time to be alive at the moment, especially here now as well. We also have now complete lockdown. And like you say, Floris, people are acting from a lot of anxiety and fear. And just to be there for them at this moment in time for me is the best. And we started a very interesting initiative without knowing that it will be very useful at this time on Leap Day, a creativity quest. And just to expose people onto the different and shapes and expressions of creativity. And we're using the senses and color and our life aspects and lots of other interesting things to do that. So we're trying to bring people back to their bodies at this time, because my experience is when we are going into fear, the first thing that happens is it's a mental thing. So our mental health is at stake, and it's also an emotional thing. The anxiety comes from our hearts. And when we dip into our own senses, the inner and outer senses, we come back to bring our awareness back into our bodies. So we have a lot of fun. That's why I'm wearing this today. Today we were working with orange and the sense of smell. And that was quite interesting. So everybody that's participating, because we opened it up for everyone, we made it free now since last week. Everybody's sharing their experiences with color orange, and then this sense of, which is so important at this time, because the virus does attack our sense of smell and taste. So otherwise, I'm doing lots of interesting things. And for me, it's really now to myself, firstly, embody what I've been preaching all the time. So it gives me an opportunity to really go with that. And today I already had a very interesting experience because our internet cables in the sea has been damaged in South Africa. So our internet is not very strong at the moment.
Oh.
So we had to play with that. And today it took me 8 hours to upload 2 little videos of 2 minutes each. So it was very frustrating. So I had to sit with that frustration today and see how do I feel about that and sense into that as a sense maker.
Yeah.
And I have to tell you, it wasn't a nice experience because it took away all my joy. So this frustration, and usually we play nicely with that. We're used to slow internet connections here, but this is now taking it to another level because suddenly everybody's online. So something new that we have to navigate with. So it was a very interesting experience.
That's good. Okay. So, Leon, can I ask questions from the guests?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Take over the show. Go ahead.
Okay. I want to ask, like, my first question. I want to give a feedback first. Flores, you every learning is a new learning. So when I met when you interviewed last time, and I have go through from your profile, and you was really engaging lot of big groups, but now you have the chance to reach more and more groups through Zoom, and it is very easy, accessible, and you can easily do that. I can help you and you can also Google that, or go to the YouTube, and you will see that how easy it is. You can access all your groups by the Zoom. It's very easy. And secondly, I want to Henley. Do I pronounce your name correctly? Henley?
It's perfect, dear. It's perfect.
Okay. I am so happy to listen you that even in these circumstances, your spirit is so high, and you are doing something like different, how to tackle and how to keep yourself safe and smiling at the same time. So it's good. I really like that. And Flores, I have the question.
Yes.
Okay. So do you go to Zoom and try that?
Yes, I did. My workshop this afternoon was on Zoom.
Okay.
And I know Zoom reasonably well. I have installed it. I already had a lot of meetings last weeks for a big game project I'm in on Zoom. So we Zoom a lot. And I made also some videos and posted them. And I tried out a lot of things. So if you like, I can, because we have the time or not, try out a little weird thing I was trying to invent. But last week I posted the Mind and Soul restaurant idea. And a lot of people went, yeah, I love it. I will explain this what it after. And then, but nobody participated. And then I posted, experimenting. And then I posted, I'm opening your school. So in this school, you tell me what you want to learn, and I will provide either the teacher if I can do it, or if you think I can do it, then I'll do it. And then somebody asked me about wizardry. Flores, your magic, what is it? How can you teach this to us? And then a lot of people responded on that. So that became the lesson of today. So I'm just playing and experimenting. I'm also avoiding a little bit because I think I'm not going to do more of the same. So I'm thinking, what can I do different than all others? I also don't want to assume I have the answers. And I'm still learning how to talk. So that's a skill in itself that I'm not the best at talking from the heart in a way that everybody goes, wow, that's great talking. I want to listen to this guy for an hour. So that is a skill. This is the awesome time to learn, but I'm building it up by playing around because I learn by playing. Because each time I play with people and I make mistakes also, then somebody's printer is going. Is there Captain Future? So I'm play and then I make mistakes and then I learn. My system tells me how to behave next time. So that's basically how I progress.
Okay.
And also by listening to questions that people ask me, what are they asking about? What are they telling me? What messages do I see a lot? And what do I believe about it? And how do I think different about it than all other people? Because many people just repeat what they hear from others.
So what do you think that how we can think differently and why we don't repeat our old patterns? What do you think that? What do you identify?
Well, one thing that most people do is when I would talk sociological to you, Or if I talk about, we can talk about big global politics, or we can talk about how to be in relation with your own body. And once we step into a certain kind of discussion, often we stay in that field of discussion. But of course, Trump, as a case, is we also need to discuss his sociological and pathological aspects, or how our inner animalistic drive for success or being on top of the APROC is influencing political choices. We don't discuss that, but we are also behaving as monkeys who are anxious about what the fuck is happening. And also a lot of people get anxious because they're more in confined spaces and they can't feel that they are in touch with what happens outside. So their imagination starts to roll. So we get more and more crazy thoughts. So to talk on it on that level, I think is also needed next to the what is going on, and then telling only content stories to each other. So I try to switch systems. And if people only go, that happens. I know some people in the only body work. They land all the time, but they have not trained their critical thinking sometimes very well. So they don't are very able to look through the stories. So so what I try to do is balance where I think, oh, this is too much there and that too much there, and then I do something with it where I think, hey, this might break the pattern.
With the wizard stick.
With the wizard stick.
With the wizard stick. It's a little bit gay.
Can you give it to me?
Yeah.
Floris?
I have my stick here as well.
Oh.
Us girls don't need sticks.
Oh.
Yeah. A lightsaber.
Oh, it lights up. Oh,
yes.
I just have the mobile. I haven't the stick.
The mobile stick, yeah.
Oh, you have
notebook. I have the notebook. Oh wow!
Yeah.
The bunny. You have also the bunny.
I have the bunny. I have a lot of things.
So it means that you really love to play, and while playing, you learn.
Exactly. Yeah, because learning is how nature invented learning. Play is how nature invented learning.
Exactly, yeah.
When you play, your whole system is alive. It learns on all levels at the same time. The schools break down learning, play, because you can't measure what is being learned. But if you are a child, you play with another language. I think if I would ever come to Pakistan and I would play around with the language, if it didn't allow me, then I might learn it quicker than when I would study lists of words and try to repeat them.
So I can today I can help you to learn one word.
Yes,
which is
go.
like in Urdu language. We speak Urdu language. This is our national language, and you can say shukriya.
Shukriya.
Shukriya. Yes.
Shukriya.
Shukriya. It means thank you. Like thank you. Shukriya.
Shukriya.
Oh, you're welcome. Shukriya.
Shukriya.
Yes. And okay. And in what language you speak there? Like use English?
No, we speak Dutch.
Native Dutch. Okay. And how can I say shukriya? Oh, sorry. Thank you in Dutch.
Dankjewel.
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 Yeah.
Okay. Dankjewel.
The D is soft. Dank.
Okay. Dankjewel.
Beautiful.
Dankjewel. Is that in that way? Dankjewel.
Yeah.
Dankjewel.
Dankjewel.
And in Sweden,
and Hannelie, Afrikaans?
Baie dankie.
Dankjewel.
Baie dankie in Afrikaans.
Baie dankie?
Yes, baie dankie, perfect.
Okay, baie dankie, dankjewel, and shukriya. And in Sweden?
Great.
Tack. Tack.
Tack.
Eller tack så
Tack.
mycket.
Tack.
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 Tack, ja.
Tack.
T-A-C-K.
Okay, yeah. T-A-C-K, tack. Okay, tack, Dunkyville. And you said Dunkyville?
By a donkey.
Buy a donkey. Let me write that here as well. So I will buy a donkey. Buy a donkey. Hi, Carla.
Hello, Carla.
Hi,
We're
hello,
enjoying-
I'm on camera. I asked him to wait a moment, but he brought me in anyway.
I brought you in anyway, but you can mute yourself and turn off your camera if you like.
No, you can do it. I just may need to do a little texting.
Yeah. I muted you.
So
Someone else-
meanwhile, Carla, you came. Meanwhile, we learn a lot of words. Yay!
So,
Bye, donkey,
so I want to step up the
and
conversation then. What is the opportunity we can make for a moment like this? Like you said, Flores, I've been in Zoom calls and live calls for 2 weeks non-stop now, so I'm learning a lot of a whole new part of society coming online for the first time. So what's your other experience with this? Are you encountering other people that does this for the first time? Who want to go first? Flores, Hanneli?
Well, for me, I've been playing on the online world for quite a few years.
Yeah.
And just in my local community, there's lots of people that's never done it. Lots. So they need a lot of guidance. Because we learned all the lessons as we were coming the past 5 years, 6 years online with building and creating, cultivating our connections and going for all, for all the things that comes up during such sessions and to get flow in these type of engagements. So to facilitate it is a different skill from doing it naturally. And there's a lot of new people coming on now. And you can see in their cries for help on social media. We desperately need that. And even with organizations now, because they now have to work online, it's all new for them. They're not used to it at all. So that's even a different story. Because they have different challenges. And I don't like the word challenge by itself, but they do have. Because they've never done this before in such a fashion. Imagine you have 1,000 people working for you and you need to get them online in some fashion with whatever message you have to give them or whatever you have to discuss. So it sort of takes away the old way of meeting completely in physical form, especially now for this moment in time. And like you say, Flores, is to play. Because then people relax and it's lighthearted, it's not so heavy. And these people now need to learn these type of ways of how can we experiment with it. That's another word you use, Flores, that I love as well. Experimenting, because it's where we are now. None of us has done this whole thing ever before. Now we're really learning with each other along the way as we go forward. And we can help each other. That's why we're here. And I think we're really going into a stage of connection now on a deeper level. Before you had lots of connections on social media or friends, but now you get the opportunity to really get to know them, especially for people who hasn't played a lot online. So I think it's an exciting time to build amazing connections from the heart.
Yeah, and that's another thing. You have to unmute yourself, Flores. You have to unmute yourself. That's another custom we have to learn to people to mute themselves because there's a lot of feedback sound.
Carla wanted to talk, so it's her turn.
Carla, go, Carla.
I thought I had unmuted myself. I think you.
But I mute people here because there's a lot of feedback sound when everyone is not muted. So.
You know, I do that on my own show all the time. I mute people and I unmute them and I tell them, leave me alone. But what I think Hanel said, and it was extremely good, is that this is a time where going online, we get to know each other in a different way because we're feeling that need to connect. And if we think about it clearly, when we connect with someone, we're not connecting with them really physically as much as we are spiritually. So this is really a good time to spiritually get to know each other, to spend time in meditation, to slow yourselves down and get away from the rat race that's happening in the world and be more human. I've had moments where I thought, am I really human with everything going on? And now it seems to be happening. And I just remembered something I have to do before the laughter program tonight. But
and you do laughter programs as well. That's also not a part of being human.
Yes, in fact, I would love to do a laughter meditation with you guys sometime.
You can do that now. We can enjoy that.
Do you want to? It's up to Michael. It's Michael.
Yeah, sure. This is what we're here for. Like
Will
try new
love
things.
that.
Spread
Flores will
the
enjoy that.
stories of new things to do. Yeah.
Now, is
Hanali will
everyone
also enjoy
feeling relaxed?
I don't have so much, but if you all want to go for it, go for it. And I'll probably join, but it's not.
Hey, Forrest, would you be interested in the smiling meditation? I think that'll help you.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, Hanel, can I unmute you so you can be a part of this? The smiling meditation really isn't a lot of talking. It's more or less quiet. And it's connecting with yourself and the world. And I'm not going to take a long time. I'll only take about 5 minutes. How much time do you want to give me, Michael? It's up to
I'll give you 5 minutes. That's no problem. I have many hours left on this show.
Do you want to give me 5 or 10? That'll give me an idea how far I can go.
We go 5 minutes.
Okay. Then I know how far I need to go with you guys and get you back. You're going to take a trip. And the trip is within yourself. We're going to use our smile for the trip. And what I want you to do is close your eyes and take a deep breath in and let go. Take another deep breath in and let go. Become aware of the importance of your smile. Every time you smile, you activate 2 glands under your eyes that send a message to your brain. Hey guys, relax. And the brain sends a message to all the cells in your body saying, it's time to let those endorphins race through your body. And that begins to happen. So put a smile on your face and take a deep breath in and let go. Take another deep breath in and let go. And now that you have the smile on your face, let your smile grow bigger so it fills your whole face from forehead to chin and from ear to ear. You're one big smile. And take a deep breath in and let go. Take another deep breath in and let go. Let your smile grow even bigger so it fills up your whole body from head to toe and from fingertips to fingertips. Your whole body is one big smile. And take a deep breath in and let go. Take another deep breath in and let go. Make your smile get even bigger. It fills up the whole room where you're sitting right now. And take a deep breath in and let go. Feel yourself expanding throughout that room. And take a deep breath in and let go. Relax completely. Take another deep breath in and let go of your smile as it fills up that whole building you live in. From rooftop to basement and from wall to wall, that whole building is full of your smile. And everyone and anything in that building is full of your joy. Take a deep breath in and let go. Take another deep breath in and let go. Let your smile get even bigger so it fills up your whole city. From north to south and east to west, everything and everyone feels your joy. And take a deep breath in and let go. Take another deep breath in and let go. Take your smile and bring it back to your house or the building you're living in. And from the ceiling to the rooftop to the basement, and from wall to wall, the whole building is full of your smile and your joy. Take a deep breath in and let go. Take another deep breath in and let go. Bring your smile back into the room you're sitting and feel it vibrating all around you. Take a deep breath in and let go. Take another deep breath in and let go as you bring your smile back into your body and onto your face. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes. And let me know how you're feeling. We'll start with Hanel. If you want to talk, you don't have to.
No, it's good. And I feel good. Thank you very much. I love smiling. And I love the way you did it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'm very sensitive all over my body, so thank you.
Are you feeling a little more relaxed now?
I feel moving. I want to move.
Yes, Forrest.
Oh yeah, it was nice, and then I got thinking about other things, and I remember I used to be very depressed, and I remembered all the tricks I learned how to undepress myself, and I want to share two with you that I think you may take along. One is when I was very young and depressed, I would have a lot of train travel. And when I was in the train, I would look at the horizon and I would imagine a smile as big as the horizon. And that was all I did, to imagine the smile, and then it had all kind of effect of me. So I wasn't doing any work. The only work, it felt like I imagined something out there. It's there, and it impacted me in a positive way. As I kind of remembered, there is. And not too long ago, this is really magic. So this is you can try all this. So this is my offer for the group, and it's based on the fact that we are all a huge collaboration. So close your eyes, and now feel in your body. Annelie is gone. And when you feel in your body, you realize and you try to feel there's thousands and millions of bacteria living there. And they are not you. But together, you and the bacteria make up you. So the first thing you do is you say to all the bacteria living inside of you, "Hi, guys," and you feel if they say something back. And then, as you feel them saying something back, you thank them for keeping you alive and supporting you. And you say, "Young guys, I have more to do. Are you willing to help me?" And you listen what they say back. And that's it. To me, personally, it works like drugs.
Thank you.
Yeah, great. The inner monologue. We talked earlier about having an inner dialogue with your inner identity. So this is a whole nother dialogue with your inner bacteria.
Yes, it also makes you, especially since many people are all about me, and then you realize this me is also a made-up story of a lot of little me's and they all carry you, they all support you.
Exactly.
Yeah. Even we have, apparently, I just read, we even have viruses in ourselves that are part of our makeup and our inner wisdom.
Very nice. Thank you for sharing. Yes, Rabia. I can't unmute you. I'm so used to it.
Oh, sweet, Khala. You were about to say, "I want to unmute you."
I'm so used to doing it. I can't do it. Michael.
Even I can't do it. In this tool, the person themselves has to mute them. So this is a tool called StreamYard.
I know, but remember, I'm used to muting people all day long. What did you think of the process? I'm curious. You left, but I think it was probably your internet connection.
Me, Khala, about your meditation? Yes, that was great.
Did you
do smile meditation? Yes, I do that. I do that, and thank you so much for that was the easy way to letting go, and you anchor it with smile, you know. So it's more easy when we anchor it with smile, you know. So letting go is easy. Thank you so much for teaching us.
Yeah.
I feel great.
Great. And Michael, I need to ask you, and then I'll stop.
Michael is dancing.
Yeah. Fantastic. Yeah. The smiling and Flores both practices I love, and we have to have this. Like I said, we have to keep insane in an insane world, or the other way around.
Where's Bunny and Visual Stick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anneli?
Where is Bunny? Bunny.
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 Here I am.
Flora has something. Flora has something. Maybe. I have pen.
Is that a sword?
And what is that?
A pen.
As a pen.
Okay, and Hinali?
It's a lavender. It's a lavender floret.
Okay. Oh, look at the Michael Captain Future.
Yeah.
Carla, you are not paying attention to us. We are looking at you.
I'm being bad. I'm sorry. There was something I needed to check on.
Yeah.
Actually, I haven't eaten anything since this morning. I really, and I've been sitting here doing live streams. I
Let me do something. Let me do something. What should I wear?
I hate
Oh, I have that.
Oh, I'll join for a moment. I have a scarf here.
Yeah.
And then I need to go. I really.
Yeah. I'm expecting more guests on. So James and Osana crowd is going to come on soon. So we'll see where we can take this journey.
Look at Florence and Hanali. Oh, lovely. We are doing silly things.
I love the colors.
See, Carla has very good, beautiful scarf. Carla, who gifted you?
A friend, when she went to India for the first time, brought this back for me. There's a story, a real story behind it. I don't know if you know it.
Look at Flores.
Did I tell the story?
Yeah, tell the story.
You should tell us.
A friend of mine, when I was first, I've been involved with Art of Living for going on 31 years in May. And in those 31 years, I've made many friends. This friend bought this tabaka or scarf, whatever you want to call it. And when she bought it, she wore it to see Sri Ravi Shankar. And he looked at it and said, "That looks like Carla." He told me the story. "That looks like Carla," he said to her. She took it off immediately, and she brought it back for me to have from India. And that I've had it for at least 28 years now.
Oh, 28 years. Carla.
Yeah, cool.
Wow.
Now Flores will be your friend, best friend.
Oh, nice.
Flores will become best friend of Carla, and Flores and Carla will definitely do something, some meditation together. and Flores will introduce Carla to his groups, which Flores teaches.
Flores, can I do an interview with you again?
Yeah.
Flores, you should give chance. You should give the chance to Carla. She also come to your circle and also teach meditation there. They will feel happy and privileged to have her.
Oh,
What do you think?
No, that's impossible. But that's because I have so many meditation friends. I'm a little bit. I have too many. I'm part of a spiritual festival, and that's a huge crowd of all those teachings. So I try to not enter that field because my friends get upset when I either bring in the competition fear or when it's more of the same.
Okay.
So I'd rather bring in you, Rabia, to talk about the Pakistani experience, and I know Carla also knows immense amount of that. But they have to be ready. And I'm just starting with building an online community, so I'm very new. So if I immediately go, and now we go full radio show like Captain Future.
Of course.
But no. But what I want to tell you, can I tell you all a fairy tale?
Yes, and then I need to go. I definitely need to get something in my stomach. But tell a fairy tale.
So I wrote this fairy tale in 1991, and it was laying on my desk for years. And all the time I think, what the fuck? Why is it? What is it for? And now in this crisis, it suddenly made sense. So this is a 30-year-old fairy tale that I think makes sense in this time. So once there was a countess, and she lived on an estate with her parents, who of course were the count and the countess. But they died of a nasty disease. So suddenly there's this young woman, around 17, 18, on a huge estate, all alone except for a butler. And she's quite depressed because loneliness, big estate, responsibilities, it's heavy. She doesn't know what to do, and so she lets everything slide. So slowly the estate starts to fall in disrepair, and of course the butler is worried because he has been with the family, and there this young woman is totally neglecting herself, so he doesn't know what to do. And then there's a guy who says, hey, I want to buy the estate because, you know, we can build a Walmart here. Walmart is a beautiful big shop with a beautiful parking lot, and your whole estate could be gone and out. And I said, yeah, perhaps I should do it. I don't know. And then one day she's in the garden, and then out of the corner of her eye, she sees a little gnome. This is, you know, gnomes, Rabia?
Pardon?
She sees a little gnome, a little earthman.
Okay. Yes.
A gnome, yes. With the pointy head.
Okay.
She that escaped out of the corner of her eye behind the shed. And she, what? A gnome? So she goes to the butler and said, did you know there are gnomes at the estate? And he said, no, gnomes don't exist. And the next day he brings her dinner, and she's eating dinner in her living room. And then along the window, she sees, and she runs to the window, nothing to see. So once in a while, she starts to see the gnome. And of course, if there's a gnome in your estate, you're not going to make it into a parking lot with a Walmart. So she starts to taking care of the estate. She goes to town, and she asks some volunteers who can come and help. And they come and help. And she says, those bushes need to be confused because that's where the gnome lives. But if we make the garden beautiful and get the estate growing and plant trees, then everything can, you know, we are protecting precious life here. So the volunteers start to help, and one of them is a beautiful young man. And you guess, of course, what happens. They marry, fall in love, marry, and they have a good marriage. He guys eco-organic farming, so the whole estate becomes something that makes sense. And they get two beautiful young daughters. And then she tells the daughters about the gnomes and when they grow up. And the daughters feel very special. We live on a very special day, the gnomes. And one day, the youngest thinks she sees the gnome also behind the shed. So she runs there, disappears behind the shed, and everybody, will she have found it or not? And then after 10 minutes, she returns with a big smile, and she says, I can't say anything. I can't say anything. I spoke with the gnome. And everybody, wow, that is amazing. That must be the youth, the so young child that the gnome doesn't feel scared. And so everything's fine. And then the butler dies. He's old and he dies. And there's a funeral, of course. So everybody puts flowers on the coffin. And as last, the young daughter walks up to the coffin. And on the coffin, she places a little puppet of a gnome. And the Countess realizes it was the butler all along who had provided the magic. And the morality of the story is magic doesn't have to be true, but it helps if you believe.
Yes.
I agree with that.
Yay.
I knew you would.
Yeah, exactly. So I want to share my favorite quote around that. So.
Loris?
Yes.
Okay, at the end, before Carla leave, I just want to say when you should be friend with her, then you will I think your magical stories will help her more. Yes.
Actually, Forrest and I are already friends. And believe it or not, you don't know this yet, I have interviewed Forrest once already.
Okay.
So, thank you. I appreciate the offer, the thought, and I think it's a great thought. But Forrest and I really do need to reconnect.
Yes.
Do agree with that. And I think we should reconnect and do an interview sometime next week.
Yeah. Okay. Later in next week, because the first 2 days I'm already kind of booked up.
That's okay. I would maybe Wednesday or Thursday.
Yeah.
Oh.
Not Friday, but Wednesday or Thursday would work for me.
Laptop.
I gotta go.
Bye, Carla.
Bye, Carla.
Bye, Carla.
To Stellan, he's coming here in the possibility cloak.
Oh, another Superman. He has a thing, a cape.
Yeah, the cape, the possibility cape.
All possibilities.
Oh,
now, where are you from?
From South Africa. South Africa.
Oh, really? I would like to talk to you too.
Sure, you're most welcome. I'll connect with you on Facebook.
Okay, great. I am unable to add any friends right now, but that probably will change sometime tomorrow. It was supposed to change today, but I've been on live all day. I wasn't supposed to be, but I have been. So I really need to go. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. How do I go? Oh, leave studio.
Leave studio.
Captain Future, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I had a favorite quote about that also. This is from a book by Terry Pratchett called The Hogfather, and that's a long conversation with Deaf, who plays the Santa Claus in the story, the Hogfather, and his I think it's his niece or something like that. That's called Susan. There's a very long conversation, but I'll just read the last part. Deaf says, "There's a place where two galaxies have been colliding for 1 million years," said Deaf. "Don't try to tell me that's right." "Yes, but people don't think about that," said Susan. "Correct," said Deaf. "Stars explode, worlds collide. There's hardly anywhere in the universe where human can live without being fried or frozen. and yet you believe that the bed is a normal thing. It's the most amazing talent. Talent, Susan said. Oh yes, a very special kind of stupidity. You think the whole universe is inside your head. You make us sound mad, said Susan, thinking about the nice warm bed. No, you believe in things that aren't true. How else can they become?
I love that.
So that's how we invent and make stuff up. We believe in things that aren't true to make them true.
That's also how currently dark, evil conspiracy are becoming more and more true, because people made them up.
Yeah, because it's a
believe.
So that's a human ability, and we can, like all human abilities and tools, we can use the force for good and for bad. But we have to be aware of this is a very special human ability to make things up and then starting believing them.
Yes. Yeah. That's indeed a very mixed, double-edged sword.
So the challenge then is to make people use tools for good instead of bad.
Or let go of them all.
Yeah.
I like a bit about Hindu religion, what I understood of it. It's very much like the Matrix. You have to let go of all stories. So and they say when you are close to enlightenment if you don't dream anymore, because you have no stories left. I love dreaming. I have very alive dreams, so I'm very far from alignment because I'm very addicted to stories. But I think it makes sense to sometimes let go of stories and be in the experience, because then you're also less how do you say prisoner of your own stories and biases and convictions, because they're also the Matrix.
And I think that's wonderful of this time now, that we have the opportunity to just let go of all the stories.
Yeah.
We don't know what's going to unfold. And whatever we then believe will materialize. So we need some time to go into a gap type space.
Rabia.
So who knows? Like, this is also the magic tale. Are you listening? Like, my voice is clear?
Yes.
Okay. So I am just telling you, if you're talking about magic, then who knows that this magic can happen when there are different people from South Africa, from Pakistan, from Sweden, and from USA? Floris,
No,
you're from
the Netherlands.
Netherlands. Okay. And the Netherlands connected at that moment of time with different time zones. And this is also magic. Who knows? Before 19th century, I don't think so. People believe that this can happen. Now this is happening.
Whoa.
And like,
there's a major problem with your sound. We can't hear anything, Rabida.
Now?
Now it's better.
Okay, I just say earlier that this is also the magic, that people from the different countries are connected and we are listening to each other. Like I am from Pakistan, she is from South Africa, Celion is from Sweden, and Floris from Netherlands, and we are connected. In 19th century, people even think of that this can be possible. Or we can't even think 20 years ago, like I was a child, but 20 years ago that we have a touch phones in our country, and now we have that. So technology is developing so fast. It is on our hands, and I hope that we can also cure ourselves from the things that are coming up, the coronavirus. And some people come up with the idea of vaccine, or I hope we save humanity.
Yeah, I do like to add some other perspective to this. So on one hand, this is beautiful. On the other hand, I once wrote for The Fun, because I'm a creative, Fun, an article how especially the United States still is very much like the Roman Empire. So there's bread and games, there's slavery, there's emperors, and it was way too easy to write. So the technology is advanced, but the mentality is still very, very ancient. And that's danger. And also, we now speak to each other, but it also has poisoned the rivers, these technologies, and is still poisoning the rivers in the production of it. And while we are speaking, I know that some very right-wing people are also speaking like this and stoking each other with how dangerous it is. And I know that hundreds of thousands of peacemakers, also between India and Pakistan, a famous amount of people are crossing or talking to each other across the border to not have war between these two countries. So, and also in Israel and Palestine are a lot of peacemakers, incredibly amount of peacemakers trying to keep the peace. But you only need a few people with guns who shoot, and the emotion of peace is gone. So the work we are doing is extremely important, extremely fragile. But we should not think we are the movement. There are many movements, and they all talk to each other. And it's nice when there's cross connections. But also, I think the importance that there's also a price being paid for this. And it often feels very connected. If you're in one group like this, then we all tend to be a similar mindset people. So we support each other's ideas, but other people do that with other opinions, do that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
and that's the realization that many people didn't understand why the world looks like the world. And we promised, we're using Rehan's channels as well, so we promised not to go too heavy into politics and religion as well. So,
yeah, Captain Future, can you bring in Rabia back? She says,
yeah. Oh my God, there's some problem with your mic, Rabia. So, do you have a headset?
Okay, I have the headset, but when I put the charger in my laptop, then it sometimes bit like my voice changes to dramatically changes. Like, I don't know why. Okay, so I just left when Flores is saying that he's saying that.
I said try to say as short as possible again.
Mm-hmm.
The technology creates also a lot of pollution.
Mm-hmm.
And we are boosting it all the time to sell more, which means more pollution. There's also connect groups like this talking very right-wing conspiracy stuff and or selling drugs. I don't know. So and you need hundreds of thousands of people working for peace to balance the few people you need to create a war. So the work of everyone to stick to humanity and carry out humanity and live it is essential to grow civilization. The good thing is, though, that the amount of people who are not in Hungary or not in a war currently on the planet apparently is lowest ever. So that's a good thing. So on basically, but the dangers that if things go wrong, it goes worse than ever before in history is also there all the time.
We also see the thing like, the Hiroshima, the story of Hiroshima, when like we all know that if do you know the story of Hiroshima? Do you remember that? Maybe I don't put it because I haven't so much vocabulary sometime to say what I want to describe. But I agree with you, Flores, because if humanity didn't learn that if we have the resources and the ability that we can do anything with that, we have to we grow ethically or morally, so we can take it to the benefit of human beings rather benefit of myself. Then I think the changes occur.
Yeah, I once made the pyramid of Maslow, where you have basic needs like food and hunger, and then you have safety in a house, and you have a democracy, and then you have self-fulfillment. And above that, for me, because if you have the self-actualization, that was the top one in Maslow's pyramid, I added to it. And above that, hey, Rihan!
Hey, Rihan!
Nice to see you! So above the self-actualization is the how does that help the world? And then you return back to the bottom, because what helps the world is a healthy nature, a healthy ecosystem, etc. So it should actually be a circle. And then somebody else from a Native American perspective told me they have so much more wisdom on how it is to be a healthy community. So where we have perhaps in the triangle one little corner saying this is community building, they have 3 levels in how you actualization of a healthy community as a whole. Because a healthy community helps itself to eat, helps the world to grow and nature to grow, like in regenerative design. So I think out of this realization that what I see, the creativity of Dutch parents with their children and what they post online is incredible. It's really amazingly beautiful, the fun they create. And I hope they realize they don't need all the consumer stuff, and they can more be making creative and have community. And we all long for community and hugging. And so that we can get that back and build from there onwards a society that's better for nature, better for ourselves. Like the message that you must have seen it, that the dolphins are back near Sicily, and the waters in Venice are totally clean, and you can see the bottom of the channels. I can feel, at least I feel touched by it. I think, wow, yeah, it's beautiful. Or you see wild animals taking over places where it's suddenly very quiet, and you think, wow, that's the beauty of what's happening now. So perhaps we should be way more humble and create space for life that is not human endeavor and industrial.
Okay, that's good. You know, it is a saying that whatever is happening, it's happening for a good. Whatever is happening for a good. So the scenario that come here for the COVID-19, it's a realization to the humanity that they have to slow down, look back, and reflect back what they are doing wrong, and do it or even invent new ways so they can don't harm people, and they can like not only nurture themselves but the environment, the beautiful nature and everything as well. So I think that this is a beautiful time that we have to understand and learn. Yes, this is what I'm going to say. I think
Floris, I just want to say, sorry.
Hanili wants to say something.
I just want to say, Floris, we've turned the triangle upside down. It's those triangle of needs. And it's not about needs, it's about spreadability. And in South Africa, in Africa, we have lots of examples of how, if you look at the self-fulfillment as a human being, the potential first, then the others come into play. People who came from very poor environments, for example, they work on themselves and their own personal development, and they transcend all those things at the lower part of the triangle, they transcend them. And they go into creativity, and they create the life that they want to live. But it's a conscious thing, it's an awareness thing. So we've turned the triangle upside down, and we're experimenting with it currently to see how that will play out, especially now, of where we are now, because now suddenly the virus knows no status or race or gender, or it's everybody is impacted by it on whatever level. So this is going to be to play with that and to see how that type of looking at life might transform these inequalities that we get in the SDGs as well, all linked together, and to see how that can work in the, from where we go forward. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen. We can play with different elements in the process, experiment with them. And just to get, for example, a leader of a big company, CEO, to think about the SDGs in the first place is one specific thing to do now, because they can't do much. They don't have a lot to do else. And now we can instigate that type of thinking at this time as well.
Yes, that's true. Except that I see in the United States, for instance, the gap between poor and rich is so that the very, very rich, yes, they are in danger. And if my ugliest self hopes that somebody is really angry at them, will spit in their food with some COVID so they get it, that's the ugly thought, because they currently, if I look at politics, are saving themselves and not caring about the rest, because they have the means and the financial means to create a distance where they are safe. And as you say, it would be much nicer. I once was in the Dutch train, and next to me is sitting, or just 2 seats further, the ex-prime minister of the Netherlands in the train, without bodyguards, anything. So, and I felt actually this is awesome that the ex-prime minister is safe to sit amongst the general people in the train and is not afraid for his life, because then you have not angered people so much that they would attack you. Whereas any politician who needs bodyguards around all the time, then you can say there's a distance that is harmful, or it's too big, or you're not really, if you're safe to walk among the people, you are kind of the people. And of course, any politician sometimes must take decisions that half the population might really not like. But it's once again, is it for self-interest or done with respect for, and can you relate that message? So I think, Hanneli, you're totally right. And where you're not right is a problem. When the gap is so big that people can defend themselves against COVID and anything that might touch them while they take decisions about others, that I feel is sick.
But I think it leads us to self-leadership, that we need to begin to take responsibility for our own lives.
Yeah.
And that's where we are now as well. And for me, it's not about telling others what to do, because I don't have the answers, but it is to use all our talents and gifts in whatever way we can right now to create a safe space for people, and where they can explore whatever needed to be explored, and that they can be exposed to other types of thinking as well and other perspectives that can open up maybe a little door in their minds or thinking about their own lives. I've talked about it for a long time, for the last 10 years, that we need to stop to think that governments are there, especially in our context here, are there to make decisions on our behalf. And when we have power issues like electricity issues, we expect the government to sort it out. But what about all the amazing talent that we have in our country for alternative type of energy systems? Because we have incredible minds here, but we've always negated and gave away our own power, and we think somebody else must save us. And I think somebody did post a comment earlier, we are here to now save ourselves. We need to be our own heroes, like Captain Future is showing us. We need to be our own.
Yes, I totally agree with you. And I think when we start connecting ideas, let's connect what we have here on the table. So from South Africa, one of the South African words that the whole world knows by now is Ubuntu. You know, the I am because we are. So it's the message, we're all connected. There's no me without you. There's no you without all your bacteria saying, yes, I'm there. There's no me. I saw an Indian guru do a beautiful meditation with the room. He says, who believes he can be totally independent? Yes, who believes and wants to be totally independent? Okay, here is the meditation to discover how really independent you can be. Now, take your 2 fingers, close your nose, don't breathe, and see how long you can be independent of the air. Nah, not even 2 minutes. So it's a very good wake-up call. And then when you read the stories about 6 million deaths every year on air pollution in China, where COVID is not even close to those 6 million, but COVID seems like and is a very dangerous disease which will kill millions. But air pollution is the same thing, but we all are asked to deliver our wealth for it. So if we look to what every people has to contribute, we can see that we can indeed, and that was the guy who appeared, we can save ourselves somehow. I worked also a lot on what I call swarming. So how bees organize. Bees dance information to each other. And if I dance very enthusiastic, you all follow me. And if I dance, oh, I don't know, I found some flowers, then one of you will go look and there will be enough people. So the diversity of opinions and the self-organizing of large crowds of people, I'm now advising, and also in the United States, you see this standing up. Everybody who can grow food should start to grow food because your government clearly isn't there to save you or help you. And that shock will wake up many around the world. And wherever if you have the opportunity to be self-sustainable, or at least a little bit, or build a local community that is not dependent on everything from the outside, you are so much safer if things fall apart. And that might happen, might not happen. And to create how we can work together, and not us four, but people like us everywhere, there's a huge power in that. And I think swarming is also a way better way, as people make connections together and decisions together, to deal with complex issues, rather than the top-down order. I first must understand it, do long research, have 5 years of discussion before we take a decision. Then you're fucking too late, like in many governments happens now. So by indeed influence each other and stimulating each other and trusting each other and learning from each other, we can build very fast, rapid movements around the world that solve issues before the government is noticing. And then, of course, some governments will freak out because you took our power away. And other governments, like in the Netherlands, there's a very good thing. There's a guy in one of the provinces of the Netherlands. He is facilitating city movements. So he helps cities and people in cities and towns to self-organize. And he facilitates them and helps them to organize, rather than that he manipulates them or steers them or tries to control them. And he's teaching that attitude to other civil servants. And I think that I personally feel, great relief kind of because of that. It's a new role of the government to facilitate what people self-organize. And I think also if governments were less based on distrust and control and more on trust, they would look for the people who contribute the most at this point. Let's give them all the support we can so they have more impact. Yeah. It's just a few thoughts.
Just a few thoughts.
But you used a few. You shared a few very significant. I wouldn't say even the word important because it's beyond importance. Significant aspects. They are self-organizing, for example. You've named a few of those aspects. I think now in this situation where we are online, we have the opportunity now to self-organize in a very different way. So I see it as an opportunity rather than a dreadful thing necessarily. And you also used the word of this it's like cross-pollination as well. And I also love the song, so that we play that as well. I truly believe in that as well. Now we create gravity then. And we learn from, like you say, we inspire each other, we encourage each other. One day I'm down and you are Captain Future, post something funny there on Facebook. He uplifts me just from a simple post, for example. So I love what technology is enabling us on that level, but I also love that how our humanity is now under focus because it's our bodies that's getting attacked in this process, or influenced rather. And that now we bring these two streams of technology advancement and our humanity back together. I hear the word normal quite a few times of we're going to go back to normal. What will normal be after this? There will be no normal. There will be natural. And I think that's when we will start realizing that. But you're talking about the beast, all natural. Self-organizing in nature is natural. So we're going to become, I'm excited about it because I think we're going to become into space now. We can explore these and experiment with them. So thank you, Captain Future and Flores and Rabia, that I could join you. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, normally so such a funny word.
How are you going to say us all, Captain Future?
You have to repeat that. My internet was lagging here. So.
How are you going to save us now?
How am I going to save us? I'm bringing other heroes aboard. Yes. That's Big in Stardust. Just coming on here. We organize ourselves. The heroes of the world tonight, because this is a time of heroes. And we all are heroes, crew members of Space Earth. We all have to become and play our part in this, find our role, find our narrative, find our inner compass, start talking to our inner germs or our inner dialogues in our head. So start talking to them and start talking to your inner germs and become the person you was meant to be. I don't know if you have seen it. There's a fantastic science fiction series called The Expanse. And from the last seasons, there's a fantastic quote that just goes by very quickly, but it really resonated with me. One of the characters says to the main character, "Go be you."
Yeah, I like it a lot. There you go. We got the patch.
Yeah, the patch. Yeah.
And I have wings.
Yeah, I have.
Always a little bit.
It's nice to be with y'all. I was listening in to the interview. With the patch. Yeah. Cool.
Oh.
Not at all.
Thank you very much, everyone. I'm going to
Michael,
leave and
love you.
Yeah. Bye, Hanali.
Thank you.
I'm also going to leave because I need tomorrow. I have a meeting at 10, and it's now here past 12. So
guys, we give away our age.
Thank you so much, and Sukriya to Rabia, Baie Danki to Hanali, Hörste Pleuter to Captain Future. I don't know where Stardust is from, but where are you from?
Isfarian. It's my home planet.
Oh, he's from your whole planet.
I am in Phoenix at the moment.
Okay, Phoenix. Phoenix. Okay, very good. Enjoy.
Yes.
Okay, boys.
Bye-bye.
Dag allemaal en tot een volgende keer.
Yeah.
So hello, Mr. Stardust. What's going on?
Buddy. Well, I just listened, kind of struck by on the line. I think maybe you and Bert were talking about it. And developing new, if that's online shopping for groceries or working from home, and I'm just seeing like all the different like economic impacts of like digital transformation happening to society, like probably would have taken 5 years happening in like a week or two to get someone adopting a lot of the infrastructure that we built over the last 20 years. And things mean for, all the universities have shut down or are going to online. Hollywood now is looking to release, some of their films straight to or on demand versus theaters. And those are small examples. There's so many other of this. If parts of this, more stay-at-home economy persists, a large part of life that will be extremely different. And I think going out in the world will be extremely different too. Away in a lot of ways, with Amazon and Walmart and all of them moving shoppers online more. But yeah, you probably don't have it as much in Sweden, but shopping malls and stuff like that here in the US, empty and dead. And we're trying to find, kind of like the churches you talked about earlier, we're trying to find new uses for those massive structures that aren't retail. So that's some of the stuff I was thinking. You have anything to build on that?
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, the churches are now empty, and we have them here. And like things that were impossible a half a year ago. Greta Thunberg traveled the world, and she was the person of the year last year, and said we have to fly less, and that was impossible. And suddenly, this is possible to fly less, apparently. And then we have to ask ourselves, what else that many people says is impossible are in fact possible.
Right. What would you like to see happen?
Like I spent like the last last night, I spent like 5 hours talking about who I am and the concept of a navigator or a captain future or a crew member of spaceship. So this is my dream. I'm talking about it every day now with people everywhere. So it's like we have to like really let's say we live in a very complex society on Earth. There's so much going on, so many stories, so much innovation, so many initiatives. So no man can keep track on it all. And that's and it's impossible. What we can do is develop a collective intelligence to keep track on it. So, and for people to become experts and masters in keeping track of things, we need to like start a new role of the crew member, the navigator, the weaver, the connector, whatever you want to call it. That is like, I think, employed on a city level all over the world. So you go to your local navigator office and ask a navigator, I need help with this. Can you find me a guy in Africa who does this, or in South Africa, or a guy in Peru who does this? And he connects with the navigator office in Peru, and they connect them together and stuff like that. So that's my dream. And my like, it really needs to come into fruition. Because many says the word VUCA comes up, that is from the US military. I just read about it and talked about it as well. So if we live in a VUCA world, then we have VUCA-ness, and who handles VUCA? The VUCA-ness handlers.
Remind me of VUCA again. What's it?
VUCA: volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So like the complex world we live in now.
I don't know. Where we do it first?
The one who takes the call, who first says, Captain Future, come to us and help us do this. So it's an open call for any city to do it now. And I'm thinking about maybe
I like that
there's
idea.
a city here. There's a city here in Sweden called Helsingborg that's not close by here, so that is very progressive and innovative. So I'm gonna explore in the coming weeks if I can do it for them.
I think that you need to. I know, but I think that if you can, you know, target, practice your trade in a live environment and get it a little cool and do some experiments and things. I think that'd be great.
Me too.
I'm in full support. Hi, Rabia.
You have to unplug your. He has sound problem.
Oh yeah.
So, okay, how are you, Stardust?
There. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Beautiful
This
day
name
here
is showing
in the
on
neighborhood.
your. Okay.
Yeah.
This is showing on your name. What's your name? Is it your name?
Biggie Stardust. Yeah. I'm a buddy of Captain Futures.
Of course.
So, you know what else I did while I was listening to the show too? On the number of first-time internet users overall. Hey, Rihan. Nice. Hey, Rihan. How's it going? No, he's on mute.
Yeah, that's a lot of
okay, so check it out. So there are 4.5 billion internet users right now in the world. So that's like 60% of the world. And for a while there was like about 650,000 coming on each year, but that's increasing. And US are like the most, India, Africa, and America is really where the next couple billion. As we get up to 2025, they're expecting like 6 billion, 2030, 7.8, get closer and closer to full penetration. And Facebook, right, is like 2.5 billion. So if Facebook was a country, it would be, you know, the biggest country in the world, or not by far, you know, a little bit ahead of India as far as population. How many new users will almost double in the next 10 years? And how many new innovations and new coming into the global, especially from Africa, with all of Africa. You know, I think it's just, and most of that's going to be mobile. So I think, you know, most of that being mobile, and then, you know, probably right in that same time period in the next 10 years, when Apple comes out with their augmented reality, you know, we're going to have a new form, probably still tied to a mobile phone, but our computing is going to be completely different. So that's exciting and interesting. And I really wonder where it will go from a kind of global culture perspective, with all those new voices and new sounds and new value systems. But one of the things that I'm really focusing on right now is like, what do we do once this crisis is over? I don't think we return to normal. I hope we don't return to normal or go back to the way it was. And I think that there's going to be a big economic impact, obviously, to get the world started again, get over the inertia and get people working again in hopefully work that's of value to the world and to the people doing the work, and not just, you know, more consumption. So yeah, those are some of the things I'm thinking about.
Yeah. Like like Flores said before, like going. I think it's going back to normal. What is normal? What is the definition of normal?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it was, and still probably is, a lot of distraction, entertainment, traveling a lot, moving a lot of material things around, or products that we probably don't really need, a lot of them. And that's kind of the, what digitization is about as we go through our variable transformation, and we dematerialize things through technology, like all of the different things that used to be before they all were inside our phones. How much more of that miniaturization, dematerialization are we going to see, right? As we adopt these online, all that's happening, like in the last, for a lot of people, when that becomes kind of the norm, the mass culture. I don't know. To say something? Come on, Rehan. What you got?
I just came to say hi to you, James. I saw you live and I just popped in to say hello. It's been a bit.
Yeah.
You look handsome and dandy as ever.
Good to see you. Similarly, my friend. Similarly.
I hope you're doing well.
And
every day is a weekend.
Life is good. Every day is a weekend. All right. That's a good response. Yeah.
So
who knows in this world? Where am I?
Mm-hmm.
I'm in Phoenix. That's my new space. I like it.
Cool.
I like it at home. I was here for 10 years before I went to the Bay. So
cool.
I've got ties to my my undergrad institution, Arizona State University, and my graduate school, Thunderbird, here, and family here, and the band that I was in are here. So yeah, it's good. And the weather's nice, nothing too much to complain about.
Cool. Good. It's good to see
you. For sure. Yeah, good to see you. Good to see you. So, Michael, Michael's in his typing on.
I'm typing fast. Yeah, I have a conversation with potential hosts, so I'm posting a new some screenshots of us doing here. So I'm going to be here all night. So I want to see if anyone is awake coming online for more conversations.
Yeah.
So, but but it's great to see, like, we're having a global conversations like this is amazing opportunity. Like, this is a dream coming true for many people, connecting a global world in this way. And we talked earlier about that. Just as we are amplifying stories this way, you can use this tool for bad as well. So it's very important that we become what Daniel Goleman says is best, a force for good. Dalai Lama as well. That we become a force for good and stand up and amplify the best story of us going forward into the future.
Yeah. Have you seen the clustering? I mean, I've seen some that existed kind of let you know what I'm seeing. That existed kind of as offline communities becoming more active as online communities. And most of them are trying to do that is of service during the So if that is finding masks or helping like that.
Yeah,
it's been mostly those that are like impact oriented, conference groups or Burning Man camps, that I'm seeing like either becoming more digital or doing more collective projects. But it's not like the industry group, but like Facebook groups that were focused on virtual reality. Obviously, that I'm not seeing those groups really come together in the same kind of way as groups, kind of an offline knowing of each other before this.
Yeah.
So I wonder what other kind of community organisms.
I've talked to some people who are in the corporate world that are traveled before, and they had colleagues over the world, but they really never connected and talked to each other. And suddenly they have on, for the first time ever, they have online ficas together and stuff like that. Even though they've been using social media before, but not really used it. So there's a whole level of a new story coming together, even for people in the corporate world around this as well. So. But also, I think,
and I'm really enjoying all. What were we gonna say?
Yeah, and also me and Bartola, I talked all about all kinds of online hackathons going on here in the Nordics and all countries all over the world. So there's so many like initiatives coming together, like problem solving. People using 3D printers, scuba dive mask, and everything in a new way, and sharing knowledge and innovation around how can we facilitate much of that and learning from each other all over the globe. So, and stories like that spread fast because we're in a time of crisis. We really want to spread positive stories to help each other out. So that's something that doesn't happen normally. People just spread stories of fear instead. But now suddenly people start spreading positive stories as well. So.
Rabia is asking you a question on the private chat, just so you if you are listening to a lot of the live music sets, I'm listening to a lot of great DJ sets online now, which I'm really enjoying.
Yeah, I just joined in some non-partners yesterday who had an online disco, and there was a local disco here in Sweden, and we had a local bar this Friday. So there's a lot of that initiatives going on for the first time ever. It must be experimentation with that, and that's fantastic. Things like we never done before as well. So we start to experiment with the things we can do together.
Yeah.
What have you noticed in your circles? What's going on? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that it's a lot of it's some good shows that are coming like yourself, more practice as an interviewer and learning these newer technologies too. I'd not heard, or I've not used StreamYard before, but I'd heard of it just maybe the day before. I think there's a lot of people that are looking for new ways of doing like conferences and festivals, at least in my circles. I'm watching, again, and finding like the right platforms for like DJ shows, and I think it's going to be for a while. It's going to be kind of a match of different technologies that create an experience online, and then as the software integrates more and more, it might become like a single platform, more like that. But in these early days of adoption, I think that's interesting. We poked around a little bit at like what could be exist in virtual reality. And there's stuff that exists. It's I don't know that it's more compelling than Zoom and YouTube at the moment. I mean, a little bit. If you're into avatars and stuff like that, there's more people like going back to Second Life and exploring that environment now. I'm hearing. What else? I think there's an interesting thread going on around how to utilize kind of like, let's call it spare capacity in like the 3D printers that are in fab labs and universities and people's homes around the world to make parts for ventilators or other things. If they can't get the parts from like all the US car makers are supposed to be changing their production lines to build ventilators, right? So Ford and GM and Tesla. There's parts to those as well that probably have to be manufactured somewhere in mass. And so this guy, Dale Doherty, who started, I think was very instrumental in the maker movement, Make Magazine, Maker Faire. He had written an article about how to engage the maker community and all those machines that are in the maker community, 3D printers, to start working with open source design files to create whatever needs to be created while we're going through this crisis. So I think that's really interesting. Kind of takes that concept of distributed web and blockchain almost from a conceptual perspective and kind of material world and the production world. Much about AI being either tracking or coming up with what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, I guess just using AI either for tracking the pandemic, how they might come up with a vaccine quicker using AI. But I'm not looking for it either, so maybe that's not a surprise.
No.
Yeah, I've been looking a lot at the entertainment industry, just because I'm involved quite a bit in the festival community, and then was looking at like where concerts were happening in the world, kind of right as the pandemic hit, and seeing like what's happening with the film industry and stuff like that. So I think this is going to be a complete economic upheaval of like pretty much every industry based on behavior change. So like one of the things I thought about was just like how many industries were affected by like was called the sharing economy, but was really more platform economics. So what the hospitality and hotel, Uber and Lyft did to the taxi and mobility industry, what DoorDash did to like food delivery and restaurants. I think that this is just going to affect all industries, almost like the web did almost, but based on behavior change versus technology. And I think it's going to have a huge impact on jobs too.
Yeah, and like
AI,
like you said, unlike the web revolution that took decades, this is suddenly all of us behavioral changing at once. So this is the first in human history.
Yeah. And yeah, I think people expected, the AI of a lot of jobs, both trucking with autonomous vehicles and retail, but it was going to, is eventually going to hit, lawyers and doctors. This leave people without traditional jobs. Once, I think people probably just won't go back to retail at the same numbers. Maybe trucking will increase to have more. I don't know, but if those are automated, then I don't know. We got to think up, and my thinking is going is really around Green New Deal type of economic recovery of putting people to work on, the environment. I think that's where the work will be versus material things. Hopefully it'll be on society and planet. But we shall see what people want to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's going on? Like, I know both of you are looking into the big summer festivals, music festivals. What's going on there? You think?
I think that my sense, without knowing anything anybody else doesn't know, is everything through probably December will be canceled. Is already, and I think for many of them, it's not going. It's not the organizers or the producers' decision. A lot of the conferences and festivals that have been canceled so far have been done by or the city or the country, wherever we're supposed to take place. So especially in the US, if still supposed to hit here at its kind of peak time in the next month or two, kind of behind China and Europe, but following that same pattern, then yeah, I've seen a lot of the concerts being fall, but I don't know that I don't know where people's heads are going to be at after their quarantine for a couple months, like what the comfort level in being in large gatherings. I hope that that returns to a level that because that's such a great and magical experience to be with people, but it may have some long-lasting effects. So I think I am actually looking and exploring with some colleagues the webcasting in the for large shows. They've done a EDM concert in or festival in China. Had like 75,000 people live and 70 million online participants. So, I mean, with the way the music industry has gone, the bands don't really make much money from streaming anymore. Mostly they make their money from swag and shows. So for music and music industry to survive, we're gonna have to find something, especially if shows go away, then they'll close to support the music makers. So we got to create newer audiences or new revenue streams if tours go away, or tours as we know them go away.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's my thinking.
Yeah. Yes.
And
you mentioned Hollywood. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I think you're going to
you
ask
mentioned Hollywood
a question that I'm going
to. Something like I've seen now, many movies are delayed or going direct to streaming right now. So that's a behavioral pattern we have seen going slowly, but now accelerating faster and faster, of course, with Netflix producing their own movies that goes direct to Netflix anyway. So
yeah, and all of the areas all have their own subscription services as well. So Disney, Apple, and there will be some subscriptions competing with Netflix, augmenting, depending. But that's another, kind of the music revenue streams for music in the industry. But another conversation that I had was how kind of Hollywood will be kind of digital from the beginning. So instead of using proper film or film as it had been, filmmaking had been done almost 100 years now, we're going to see digital production and digital assets and things like that can be utilized in different holograms or virtual worlds or projected film. But maybe the same is true for music too. Maybe it's virtual experiences, virtual worlds that are the soundtrack to, but it's not the typical concert that we've known for almost 100 years as well. I don't know, but it's a upgrade or a whatever, digital whole industries. I mean, Hollywood really hasn't changed industries that it shifted. Taxi cab mobility, hotels. What about Hollywood? What about the music industry? The music industry, obviously, technology has changed lifetimes, from the physical to the digital, but it's kind of still the same product. Interesting if it becomes even more digitally native, or digital products that didn't follow the kind of retail record shop e-commerce kind of record to CD to tape to CD to streaming. Yeah, that's something to think about. Yeah.
So what's gonna happen to Burning Man? It's cancelled as well as you think, or you move it?
They have not made an announcement yet, and I wouldn't want to. I know a number of people are really hoping that it will still be possible this year. If they do hold, it might have to be modified in some way. But what I do know is that they usually start building the city of 80 to 100,000 people for a week in the early June timeframe. So it takes a couple of the infrastructure up, and to get they have the most porta potties in the Western United States, all used during that week. So to source all of that product, if you will, from around 5 Western states for a week, those things take time. So maybe that's possible faster because nothing else has happened over these months. I don't know, but I would imagine that if they are able to move forward in Nevada or Reno or anywhere else doesn't say like, no, you can't do it, or the Bureau of Land Management, if they decide to move forward, I think they probably have to do things a little, but I could totally be wrong.
So what I'm thinking that the whole concept of Burning Man, it's isolated from civilization, and it's not ideal. If something really happens, then the response time and everything, if something goes wrong there, it's too long and too cumbersome to actually respond to something if there's another outbreak during a festival. If you have a festival in a city, you can handle it by closing it down and everyone going home. But in the Burning Man, it's very much more a problem, I think, also. So that's a hazard and a risk for a festival like that. That's as well.
Yeah, that's a huge point. The risk profile of moving forward. I think that's why, you know, even a lot of the conferences and festivals that I was talking to when this first came out were including a group that was producing around the Olympics in Tokyo. And, you know, up until the Prime Minister of Japan was saying, like, no, we're moving forward. We're going to do this. But it became clear that, like, okay, well, obviously it's going to be a huge economic hit to not do it or to postpone it. But things like the athletes couldn't train. There's so many things that
cascading effects
lead up to the Olympics, and so I think that that's possibly true. I mean, I don't know. I've seen, you know, many predictions. You know, how long it might last in the U.S. Seems like, from what I'm seeing, the shelter in place or the stay in home from governors in the U.S. Keep getting extended. Was in San Francisco, let's say it was 3 weeks, I think, like a week ago. So that would have put it like first week in April or something like that. And now it's getting extended to like April 22nd, I think. And yeah, I think I think that everybody has to bend towards kind of the social one. Like, what is everybody else doing? And you don't want to be the one person who's doing it, or organization. And then the other if something does go wrong, if you take on, you know, then you probably assume the liability as well for anything that happens. I think that everybody's like bowing towards caution now, and I don't know how long that lasts. I guess we'll see. You know, the seeing here, and I think you and I and Bert talked about the other day a little bit, but I'm curious, and I really want to find out more about that. Trondheim, is it Trondheim in
Norway? Yeah,
doing the SDG city and university. Yeah, I really want to find out more about that. I think that that Phoenix is really doing some amazing stuff, region and smart cities, and they have a big unit with Arizona State. More, I haven't heard as much about like SDG focus and climate focus. I have seen some renewable energy. See what else would be possible, especially in partnering with a city that's you know, really aggressive, exploring that. Can you speak any more to that? Are you very familiar with that program?
No, me and Bertola had some like general talk about this both Friday and then earlier today as well. Like what's happening now, like the concept of the learning societies. I'm more on the philosophical than the practical side of things like this. So, but like the process of a learning society becomes very apparent now because we need new mental models and new views of navigating what we call the VUCA world, the complex world that is in motion now. We have to like respond to events to this much quicker and be prepared and be flexible. So the whole policy-based city have to have like a new mindset how to handle things like that. This much more quickly, and that means literally training everyone in an organization of a new mindset of what an organization is.
Yeah. How do you
doable or not? We don't know, but but like that's why we had a whole festival. doable or not, we don't know, but we for certainly can see that this must be done in some way, or else it will keep on happening. These crashes where we not can respond to a changing world in the way it is changing, and we can't adapt the way we should to new ways of doing things. Like what happens now in a city level, where you have policies for doing like outdoor servings and everything that's now stopped, and we have to do stuff on a new level in city. How do you handle that as a bureaucratic, slow-moving policy city?
Yeah, you were talking a little bit earlier too about like kind of experimental zone.
Yeah, so we have to like
policies.
So if we have to solve this, one city does it this way and one city does it that way, and they compare notes what works, and they compare and learn from each other. That's how we do it, I think. So we have to have like, okay, in this city we try it this way, and another city says we try it this way, and they compare notes and share the learnings. So that's what we call a learning society. Experimenting, share notes, learn from each other, iterate, like the IT industry have been doing for 20 years, like agile, but in another way. So
is there anywhere, I should say, in Scandinavia that more apt to or already doing that?
Yeah, like not really, but like Trondheim is one case. Helsingborg city is famous in Sweden for doing like things in a new way, but they're still locked in the old system and an old mind model. So I think many of these thoughts are coming out now. I would gladly join in many of these conversations. I'm going to see what I can find out in the coming weeks to see if I can join in conversation online around this. What's happening around starting doing things in a new way. So that it's going to be really curious. And we here in Sweden, Finland had a hackathon last weekend. This weekend Norway has one, and next week both Denmark and Sweden had a hackathon of solving problems in a new way. So it's a national hackathons, and we're going to see what comes out of that in suggesting new ways of doing services, especially on the institutional level.
Interesting. Who's organizing the Swedish one?
It's the girls who made the Hack for Sweden, so Anne Molin and Caroline. I think there you can see them. They're connected to me and Bertola. So I invited Anne Molin on this show tonight, but she was with her daughter, so she couldn't come on. So, but it would have been interesting to see her perspective. But I'm here tomorrow afternoon as well, so I'm going to see if I can invite her in then and see her perspective on it. So.
Okay, I've got this this theory, and I'm trying to work a experiment kickoff event. I don't even know what it is yet or how to talk about it, but
yeah,
basically for Earth Day, I kind of put together a show, like an hour show, that brings together some of our components of the theory of change around climate action, but have a university guest, have a corporate guest, have a kind of financial industry guest, have kind of a culture, and then a bunch of projects into or support or contribute to, etc. But to surround all that with a distributed music festival, basically bring together a lot of the groups that are on DJ sets or living room band, have them some of the projects and the Earth movement and that type of thing. So that's kind of my next month, is trying to really organize that. More sophisticated or a simple way. I'm not sure what it is yet, but part of that theory of change is that I feel like the Nordics really have, I believe the Germans, the Dutch, and California, and maybe came together with their climate solutions, that we'd have a pretty good organism, if you will.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, not come together in anything other than the technological know-how and kind of the approach, the mindset that they have towards environment, and sharing that. One of the conversations that I'm having down here is around doing a kind of an SDG accelerator, and kind of an Earth type of program. So that gets more into like nearing world, refreeze the poles, or neutral cities, massive afforestation project. Not quite getting into like things like that, or ocean ionization, but I'd love to be a part of kind of like some really big that kind of have the scale and speed, climate change mitigation is and I haven't seen it come from anywhere else other than like Bezos putting a fund together, or Microsoft for some, that's but it's going to take a lot more than that, probably financially, to deal with what's coming. So the other thing that, go ahead, we're going to say something?
No, we have to, like, it's an interesting idea. We have to bring like in it's just an opportunity space, an opportunity window before people are trying to get things back to normal. So the opportunity space now is to really put things to the table. Can't we try this now in a time where everything is not normal anyway? So
right, everything's not normal, and people, I had the insight, or what I just heard it kind of come. They're probably going to be watching a whole lot more Netflix, which they are. Maybe they can spend. They used to be doing other things, trying to do stuff that's better for society, better for the future. To the name of the show. Hopefully we
exactly.
We can some global projects myself. I've got some downtime, and maybe that's better training for when things return to, or I'll just say this, post virus world. Maybe those are going to be valuable skills that are going to be necessary anyway. To survive.
My internet or your internet was not connecting there, so I lost the last minute there of you. So can you repeat it again, the last minute here?
Oh, I think I was just saying that like doing house projects can be directed towards these global projects or solutions, or local projects or solutions that may be a very valuable experience if the economy doesn't return to what it was, and you have something you can talk about that you've done recently, that is a skill you have, or a community that you're connected into, when you need to go get a job, or create a job, or whatever it is post-virus. It might be as anything else right now is being a participant in either the response to COVID, or building projects for the anyway.
Yeah, like you said, like highlighting
one other
new
thing that I
skills
wanted
and
to
ways
put
of
on
doing
your
things.
radar. Yeah. One other thing I want to put on your radar, I'm seeing also not so much. Well, I don't know that it's even the timing is during COVID, but it's not COVID related. More people talking about like startup cities, and just kind of starting from scratch with things, with new technology, new policies, and funds being created. Some of this as well. So I've been talking about this type of digital nation for a number of years and researching that, but it feels like, and I think that there will be many, but I think that these kind of like innovative projects like cities, or not countries, because countries are land defined and border defined, but groupings of people, I think, that are going to be popping up a lot more. And there's kind of the infrastructure from, like I said, the funding and the technology to build these now that wasn't here 5 years ago. And probably right in time as the nation state is being challenged, both I think by cities in some cases, and obsolescence in some cases, or just pure bureaucracy, or kind of misalignment with a large parts of their populations, i.e. Brexit, i.e. I think I can say that for the US. It's true for some anyway, and other places. We'll probably see more of that. Yeah. Yeah. I saw Talib said something here on the private chat. I'm not sure if he's still here or not.
No, he just wanted to introduce himself. So I don't think he really. He has joined the channel because Rihanna invited a lot of people before. So I saw him lying there picking his nose. I said, no.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I said, not on camera.
Nice. Yeah.
So I went deep. I went deep philosophical.
Yeah. You went deep philosophically. Do you think it's time to read the quote from the end of the Matrix?
Yeah,
Is it time to read the quote from the end of the Matrix?
Time, yeah. It's very time for that. Let's find it here. Let's see. I have so many quotes here, so I'm gonna find it. There we have it. So, should I?
Yes, please.
I know you're out there. I can feel you now. I know that you're afraid. You're afraid of us. You're afraid of change. I don't know the future. I didn't come here to tell you how this is going to end. I came here to tell you how this is going to begin. I'm going to hang up the phone and then I'm going to show these people what you don't want them to see. I'm going to show them a world without you, a world without rules and control, without borders and boundaries, a world where anything is possible. Where we go from here is a choice I leave to you. And then, of course, cue the music as well. But I don't have that now.
Yeah.
Rage Against the Machine.
I had that in my head, though.
Me too. So people who haven't watched The Matrix yet, you have to go watch it now on your favorite streaming service. Or I think it's on Netflix in Sweden, actually. So
That's
I think
right.
it's yeah. So you can find it on Netflix, at least, if in the US. Well, I guess.
It's making me just yeah. Again, makes me. I think I probably saw it 8 times in the first month it was out at the movie theater. I was training for.
That's more than me.
I was in Central Florida training for a job for 6 weeks. Yeah, well, I'm telling you why, though. I mean, it was a great film. Don't get me wrong, but I was in Central Florida for 6 weeks for training for this new tech job, and it's really nothing to do but hang around the golf course or go to the movie theater. So, but I love it, and it definitely has a huge influence on me. And Fight Club and Matrix are pretty much my two top faves, film wise. And there was a lot of reference to when we built Digital Rain to the Matrix, and a lot of nods to kind of what we from that process. So I look forward to the new film. I hope that it is able to do originally did. I mean, that would be hard, but obviously the sequels weren't the film that the original was. But yeah, what would you say if it might come out of a very like sci-fi digital future that might be reminiscent of sci-fi favorites or Matrix? Like, what if those weren't, or what if Anonymous or the Occupy movement or some of those others from the past came back, or Rebellion go? You have any thoughts on any of that riffing?
Yeah, like I've seen like so many people now, like Douglas Rushkoff and some other people that were the fans of the original internet. It says finally we are starting using internet for what this was meant to do, bringing people and ideas together. And like there's some hope that a large like there's some kind of tipping point of people using it for the right reason that transcends people doing it for the wrong reason. Because we know that the positive forces they're all collaborative, but negative forces are usually there are usually some destructive elements within them. So positive forces always conquers negative forces if the positive forces are larger than the negative forces, unless it becomes too violent and too like dystopic or something like that can happen in a bad tyranny or some of the places we still have on Earth today. But hopefully people through enough people all over the world are experiencing something new during these weeks that they haven't experienced before, so they won't bend down, they won't stand down.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to have on a bunch of sci-fi writers.
Yeah, I would like to meet some of those people who write this stuff.
Yeah. I know you've had the Captain Future show for a while. Are you gonna continue doing broadcasts
Yeah,
going
like
forward?
I had a
So
friend
when I
of
was on
me
it before, it was
on
all
last.
podcast, right?
Yeah, but now it's gonna be this format. So a friend of mine yesterday, Jürgen Bo, suggested you should do this every night, and Rehan says yes, do it. So I'm thinking now, yes, yeah, this is my format. Just talking random people about the future, like this format. This suits me much better than the podcast format. So I'm gonna continue doing this.
Nice.
Mm.
So what are some dream guests?
Dream guest. Yeah, like Randall Munro, I said last night, the guy who writes XKCD, and of course, people who makes movies, writers or producers makes the philosophy behind great philosophy movies and TV series, like the great people who come up and sit around their circles and talk about the things we're talking about now. So connecting me, coming into circles that have the really big elevated talk about what's going on right now. So.
Okay, I like the thought of that. I'll put some thinking into who might make good guests. So on the VUCA thing, give me the acronym again. It stands for uncertainty.
Uncertainty, volatile, uncertainty, complex, and ambiguous. You can find it on Wikipedia easily. That's a great sum up there. So.
Okay, and does that come out of the Special Forces?
No, there was actually two other guys who started using during the 80s, and then Special Forces adapted it during the 90s for the world we live in. So it doesn't come from Special Forces, but they started using it because they realized this is something that they experienced all over the world when they try to do stuff, and things never happened according to plan. And why is that?
Yeah, interesting. I was listening to another great, I don't know if you follow or know Peter Hirschberg in San Francisco, but he's been doing some broadcasts as well.
No? Please connect me or share something or something like that.
Yeah, I will do that. And he had a guest on, John Clippinger from MIT, and John was talking about how the military networks, especially during the Afghanistan war, pretty much, and when they were not fighting when the guerrilla tactics got even more pronounced, I guess. We had our traditional military forces, and we're up against an enemy that was non-conventional, and so that there was a big change in intelligence and special forces engagement around kind of that distributed nature of the enemy in that case. But I think there's just it's interesting. I was also talking to my futurist friend, and he was talking about how futurists and futurism is very much a kind of a mashup of military strategy and in someone whose profession it is to be a futurist. Yeah, I keep kind of being more and more aware of military in a lot of aspects of the world, from business to technology to maybe organizing, I guess, if we're talking about movements happening. How those systems adapt, or what models we've used throughout the years. Anyway.
Yeah, and myself, I'm like history buff as well. So I mean, very interested in ancient Roman and Greek and the Renaissance and Chinese ancient philosophy and history as well. As I'm a board gamer, so a lot of the board games I play are based on that period in time, the Renaissance and the Roman time. And what can we learn from that going forward? The way, like some say, like some many people still refer to the ancient Chinese philosophy and the art of war. I think it's still relevant today, 2,500 years old, and stuff like that.
Yeah. Some things don't change, I guess, huh?
And I've been following the whole John Vervaeke series, the Meaning Crisis that he put on last year, and he referred a lot to like Plato, Socrates, and Aristotle, and all the thinking and all the thinking we still struggle to understand nowadays that they actually put into place so long ago.
Let's see if Lumi wants to join us as well. I see that he's.
I've been sitting for 2 hours now, so I have to run to the bathroom. I'll be back in 1 minute.
Yeah. I'm sending him a note real quick. Let's see. I'll find something.
Of course, I have everything here. Hello, James.
Hey.
I have everything with me
nice.
here. Anonymous.
You do. All the props. Yes.
All the props for a Captain Future show.
Yeah.
And I have also here we go, Trinity.
Oh, nice.
A pop figure. And you know this as well?
No, I don't.
That's Tintin, the moon rocket that took Tintin to the moon.
I don't know
Tintin. Tintin is a Belgian comic that was very profound because he wrote in the 1955. He wrote a whole comic novel of traveling to the moon, and this is the rocket that took Tintin and his crew to the moon, well before the space race. So that's a fantastic, inspirational. Wow. Yeah. So this in Europe, this is very prominent. So if you go to the main, it's a Belgian comic. So if you go to the main airport in Antwerp, in Belgium, there's a humongous rocket in this shape.
Wow. So the space race right now.
The space, like the Elon Musk, or going to Mars or the moon or whatever.
Yeah,
I'm still all of it. Yeah, so I agree with Elon. If we have to have, even if we're not going to Mars, we have to have the story of us actually trying to figure out what if we had to go to Mars. And like I said, a lot of the science and technology that he develops, that can be used for many applications down here on Earth. And people say, like, it costs us a lot of money and resources when we spend 100 times of that on military tech instead already. So why not just do this? I think we need a story, and Yuval Noah Harari speaks about it himself. You have to say, maybe we won't go to Mars in the next coming 10 years, but maybe in 100 years. And if we have to go there in 100 years, we have to keep this story alive. But it can easily become a boring story because nothing happens. But you have seen what Elon does with the Falcon program and everything. Like, it's amazing stuff. And keeping just the ISS alive, the International Space Station, a collaboration across borders in space. And I don't know if you have an Apple TV. But the screensaver on Apple TV, like 1/3 of the screensavers there are live video streams from the space station. It's so amazing to just put on in the background when you sit and work, and you see the space station circling around Earth from above, and just seeing that reminds me of how important it is to continue do the work we do and being Captain Future and stuff like that. So
yeah. So I think it's interesting that you say the story of it, because that's something that I'm also leaning into. And I think it's, it's the first time in history where the possibility of humans living on another planet so that's a weird one, right? For people to get their heads around.
Yeah. And yeah, like you said, I mean, yeah, I think we're going to learn a lot from it. I think that there's, that there's so much private sector. There's it now. Again, kind of investment infrastructure, and the technologies. I mean, it's really incredible that Elon and team have figured out how to launch and land, reusable rockets. That's with that type of precision. I mean, it's just a mind blower that they figured that out. And yeah, I think that there's probably, even if the story is just kind of preparing for that mission, and it is a 100-year mission, what a grand vision, what a grand mission that should be, right? If we are going to go populate other planets, yeah, we should probably take our time, not rush to get there. We can barely kind of like not fuck up this planet and get along. Not that we should get that first before we go, but we should probably be a little further down the road on having that figured out, I think. But yeah, I'm excited by the space story too. I think it's stories we could tell them these times, or create, I should say, versus tell. Co-create. Co-create, yeah.
Yeah. Actually, there's a person from the Swedish Space Agency that's based here in Phoenix. I didn't even know Sweden had a space agency, but
yeah,
they do.
We do, yeah.
Representative in Phoenix. Yeah, there's a big aerospace industry here in Phoenix. A lot of helicopter, bunker operations here, and you know, some of the military manufacturers do as well. A fairly large space technology cluster of companies out here too. So that's interesting. Yeah. Space
stories, and like
who else?
Young people growing up dreaming of space. That's important because we have to give young people dreams as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that'll be probably major industry for when, you know, young people are of age to work, right?
Exactly.
I think there was plenty of kids that wanted to be astronauts, you know, and they probably just wanted to be firemen and policemen or whatever. Maybe they can be spacemen and women. Don't know. Have you seen other? Are you recognizing more and more crew members in space?
Yeah, certainly. Like people who are getting what I talk about, especially when you mention Buckminster Fuller. Yeah, I know Bucky and stuff like. Then people get what I'm talking about. And we had a fantastic conversation with Ben Roberts 2 nights ago here, me and Bertola, and his project of Now What. He's a fantastic guy if you haven't met or connected with him. So.
Now What? That's come across my radar too. What's his name?
Yeah, Ben Roberts.
Ben Roberts?
Yeah, I'll connect you.
Okay. Yeah, have you attended any of the spaceship boot camp?
No.
No. All right, we should see about that. I will check.
So he had a great visual tool how to connect change makers over the world. So it's a spinning globe where you can see where they are on the world and who they're connected to. So it's a fantastic visual tool to see change makers.
Really? That's Ben has that.
Ben Roberts. I connected you on I connected you on Messenger. So it's
Yeah.
Maybe he can join in.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm just trying to find the link.
I'll tap it here. So.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if I've got some other crew members for Spaceship Earth.
Yeah.
That maybe should be getting together on a regular basis.
Yeah. Now that we're suddenly getting together online,
have
like
you mapped
this.
out? Yeah. have you documented the I think maybe you have documented the roles for Spaceship Earth for crew members?
Not directly like that, but certainly me and Bartola talked about what are the different aspects of being like a system entrepreneur, a navigator, a connector, or stuff like that. So the things I know about, but there's probably hundreds of roles of being a crew member that we have to start talking about. So I will gladly join like a global initiative to talk about this. How can we make this? And like I said before, find a city that want to start prototyping, thinking and actually working around a model like this and see what we can do about it. So, but I know I'm open to any kind of suggestion around this. So, but no, not so much real more. Must talk so far. So, yeah, he's busy.
Right.
So, but we'll connect
Becca
another
Dakini
time.
kind of asking about regular. Okay. All right. Well, maybe we'll do that in the near future. Okay. Ben came back and said he was not available. He's in New York, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Do you use LinkedIn a lot, Michael?
Not as much as I should probably. So, but I'm on there like
not
once
as much
a day.
As what?
But not as much as I use Facebook. So, but I check in once a day to see if someone's contact me and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So.
I've been really liking the content there much more lately. I mean, it's competitive with Facebook for content for me now, where that didn't used to be the case like a year or two ago. So I spend quite a bit of time on there now.
Yeah. I don't like the interface, but that's a lot of good conversations there. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I hear you. So I'm going tomorrow too on your interviewing?
Yeah. We're not in the evening here, so I'm going in the afternoon Swedish time. So.
Yeah.
So that will be more morning for you, I guess.
Yeah. What has been your experience? The men and women that put this together.
Stellan, he came up with the idea like 12 days ago. So it's organized. It's been I think 80 people to participate in total or something like that.
Wow. Wow. And do they have a sense of what's next, or kind of do this experiment, see what happens, and then
for my part, this is my format, just talking to people about this. I'm trying a new tool today, StreamYard, and I never live streamed in this, but only using Facebook Live before, but I like this format much better. So I'm certainly gonna. This is going. I'm gonna continue doing now.
Yeah. And to stream on multiple like it's like a
yeah, I can
dashboard
choose
for multiple
a dashboard,
streams?
Twitter, everywhere. So yeah. So YouTube, Facebook, Facebook pages,
Okay.
personal Facebook, everywhere. So.
Huh. I'll have to check it out.
So I used Zooms the other night, but I think this is better than Zoom in some ways. I don't. There's the
Yeah.
Be Live and other
Yeah.
tools as well, so I have to explore this further. So.
Okay. Cool. So do you have any content suggestions? Not books, because I think I'm gonna
books,
like
not
chill out
rockets, not
tonight.
space, but more Matrix then. And have you seen the movie The Ghost in the Shell? The Ghost in the Shell, the movie that they built.
I've seen part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
I've
animated
not
one,
seen the
not
original.
yeah. No.
No, I haven't seen the animated one.
Yeah.
So I should check that out. I know that's a huge favorite of
Yeah,
yours.
certainly. I rewatch it every year. So, and that's a fantastic quote there about human. Like it was so much before its time still. Like, and they talked about the identity. This is a very much more philosophical movie than the live action with Scarlett. So they talk about the identity and what is it to be human. What is it I project my. If I'm if I'm a complete cyborg, am I still human? Is this my face? Is my face my projection into the world and stuff like that? And then, like you and me, we're into props. Like I talked a lot about what is it to be human. We can wear uniforms, we can have hairstyles. Some people get tattoos, some people get piercings. Other people are into the humongous fashion industry that also an identity industry. So it all comes back to identity. How do I project my identity in the world with different and then it comes into body language and storytelling and the deeper part of being human as well. So much of that is what I'm philosophically interested in. And it comes back to the crew member identity as well. How do I hack my identity to become a crew member? I talked a lot about Casey Fenton when he was in Norway about this. If you have met Casey.
Yeah, I know Casey. That's interesting.
And you have your alter ego as well, like you call yourself Stardust here. What's up with that? Can you give us a short introduction of Stardust?
Well, yes, I can. And it's gotten, well, I've been working on it more, versus kind of having it be more kind of passive. Started as kind of a creative crutch, I'd say, to kind of allow me to do things that my regular identity wouldn't, or I couldn't within my regular identity or identities. And, you know, I almost think of it as a game in a way, but I think it's a story. It's a narrative that the pieces are coming together more and more on, or my understanding of the pieces. And, you know, some pieces I kind of like had a vision for in my head, or kind of like had some pieces of the puzzle for, but you know, it's becoming more concrete now. And not daily yet. And I've had people kind of warn me about kind of method actors and like getting too wrapped up in the character that one is training for or playing. So I think about that sometimes. But It's kind of ever evolving still. I kind of know where he came from, and a sense of where he's going, but it keeps kind of morphing, and I keep kind of experimenting, like the way he plays the game. But I guess that when I said I'm becoming more maybe proactive versus passive about it, I'm working with a artist manager and a creative agency, and having weekly calls to kind of structure what the expression is. I have a designer I'm working with as well, so there's the components of it, kind of professionalizing, I guess, a little bit. So that's an interesting process. To really do the character development, and kind of like keep asking the questions. So I'd say what I can share right now, like the phase that I'm in right now, is more than persona. I'm trying, what I'm working on is Biggie Stardust becoming kind of prototype 1 impact artist. And the question that keeps kind of coming from my, what is an impact artist? How do you define that? I don't know of any impact artists. How does that show up in the world? What is the art form? What is left behind? What's the method? So to the point of like working with X on some I don't know if I'd call them installations, but developing a proposal for a conference festival around a experience to deliver to their participants. So yeah, I guess it's I think it's city scale. I think it's experiential. It's advanced technology and social media and organized, transformational, kind of complex, but I feel like culture is the killer app. Like if we can get culture right in kind of how we change then rest is easy. But I think that that's the way to really move people. I mean, it always has been the case that that's what has moved people, and especially since I'm a climate change guy, it's speeches and it's not white papers that are going to solve for what we're facing, or get
we need more white papers
as we need to. Yeah. You're a big fan too, huh?
Yeah. So if only we had more white papers right now, we haven't solved the corona crisis, right?
That's right. Yeah. We should be manufacturing as many white papers as.
I mean, blank white papers, nothing on them, only white papers.
Yeah. That's right. Sure, they must be sanitized of all content and expertise. What about you? What about where's Captain Future heading, or where's Captain Future developing? If since like we did our podcast interview like 4 years ago now. Like, what has happened to Captain Future?
What that has on Captain Future? He's been in a slumber because of my personal situation with my daughters and everything. And I shared a lot about that last night online, so it's not a secret anymore. So, but this spring I found the energy back. Thanks Bertola, and that we did a fantastic talk about it is to be a system entrepreneur this Christmas, and that got me back on the track of what I am and who I am. So, and like I said before, like if I hear people using the verb, we have to navigate this, navigate that, and also what it is a complex world. So that's the essence. Like if there's a verb called navigate, then there's an identity or a role doing the navigating. So that's what I think is the core. I think so that's what I can see. I've been like when I've been thinking about it for 2 years straight now, like every waking hour almost, about what is the core. So that is the core. A world where. So I came up with 2 fantastic questions that I've been sharing about this. So there's who knows who does what.
Yeah. So Captain Future, I think I've got an assignment for you. What's okay? Yeah. So are those the 2 questions? Who knows and who does what?
No. The question is, the first one is who knows who does what, and the second is and who helps everyone doing it.
Okay. Okay, I like it. I've got it, I think, and that is maybe it's and you can choose to take the assignment or not. What I spoke about earlier about my futurist friends saying that fusion of military strategy and sci-fi. Maybe you can look at typical naval ship roles. Like what are the roles on a naval bridge, right? There's obviously the captain and a navigator probably, and some other roles. And then what are the roles on ship of all the different members of the Star Trek ship, and map those to the list that you and Bertola came up with.
Yeah. That's a good assignment. I'll get right on that tomorrow, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it'd be helpful because a place to start the Spaceship Earth crew, and just to know what has been successful in the past or what people imagined in the future. And I bet there's pretty close alignments. I'll ask my dad too. My dad's a veteran of the United States Navy.
Ah, cool.
So I'll ask him about the structure of. He was on. He was in the Naval Air Force, or the naval the air wing of the Navy. So he was and stuff like that over in Asia. He also said that you should have an Aqua V to mellow your night, but that might put you to sleep. I will have one. How much longer do you go, man? You got an hour left on the show tonight?
I can go as long as I want to. I can do 4 more hours of this. I'm a machine, like the quote from the Matrix.
Yeah.
10 hours straight, man. He's like a machine. That's the Matrix.
I think the other assignment that I want to get out of this, I'll talk to my dad. yeah, I want to get in touch with the Trondheim guys, and Oslo. Actually, I really feel like with the Digital Nation stuff that I've been working on, that Norway would be a great partner based upon what you guys said, and based upon that Trondheim project, and based upon what Catapult's doing there, and the Innovation Norway organization, and just kind of what I've heard about. I think it was from you guys about their interest in digital transition of the country. Really great partner from an academic, from a UN, from a country here with get the Phoenix relationships worked out as well, and the ASU relationships.
Yeah.
That feels like the right one, and I gotta be back in touch with Thorald soon too. Did he ever talk about the African country that he's been visiting?
Kenya or Ghana?
Yeah. No, neither. It's an island. He is working with them about kind of being an impact nation. Pictures of it. And he told me about visiting there a little while back, and then I found an article on it. I'm trying. No, I can't. Anyway, I'll let it go.
Yeah.
When I find it, I'll send it to you.
Great.
I think it's pretty interesting. I want to work with island nations as well. It's another indigenous communities and island nations are some of the groups I really want to work with.
Yeah. That would be interesting to see what can come out of a thing like that as well. So working with island nations.
Yeah.
Because do they have any different mentality on an island nation than a connected country? That have roads connections? I
think so. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think that there's definitely a different from my experience. And a different experience generally. Yeah. And there's generally, a size of a population too that is, and structures. I mean, what I've experienced is like a lot of islands are like below 500,000 people population charts.
Yeah.
And generally, that also means that's run by families. That also are government. It's 3 to 5 families usually that will run an island in most cases. Is everyone related in Iceland? Do you know?
I have no idea actually. So I've never been to Iceland myself, except for a short visit at the airport. So I have to go there and familiarize myself with Iceland. So I have some friends there. So.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the map at Iceland. That's
Okay.
why I'm looking that way. So I have.
Okay. Yeah, maybe we'll have to meet up there sometime once all this virus is.
All this crazy. I don't know. Do they have corona in Iceland? I have to check that out.
I think I saw that they just had their first cases. Yeah. Yeah. I think so.
There's even a Wikipedia page about this. Yes.
Yeah.
I guess there's one for every country.
What, coronavirus for each country?
I found one on Iceland. Coronavirus pandemic in Iceland, a Wikipedia page.
Wow. Okay. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
So there was the first death in March 23rd on Iceland about it. Yeah.
Okay.
No, March 17th. Okay. So they have it there, but it's hopefully contained because it's a easy place to contain things on because it's very ice. It's it's not a dense populated island.
Yeah. Right.
And I also think, like, if you live on a small island and that you have a mindset about sustainability, like you have to be self-sustained in another way than the rest of us in the world have a mindset about, probably as well.
Right.
Not hoarding toilet paper.
Right. Right. Yeah. I still don't get that one, but it's okay.
Yes, and I'm also a big fan of. I follow Jacinda's press conference every morning, and she even did one in her pajamas this week on New Zealand.
Who? Oh, really?
Jacinda. Yeah.
Really? Yeah. So, like,
she just the regular updates and keep calm, and we're like very sane conversation from the leader. So nothing like the rest of the world. Yeah, she's on Facebook Live every day. Yes, you have to check her out.
Okay. I will go follow her now. She's a pretty impressive leader.
Yeah.
How are the leaders of Finland doing?
I have no idea about Finland, actually, so it's
all right. I'm following her now too. I will now watch her press conferences.
Or just her Facebook Live updates. It's either like formal press conference or just a personal update from her kitchen.
That's cool.
I don't know if you follow what's Stephen Colbert show.
No.
Have you watched that? From he went there last year to visit her. So he was invited home to her for barbecue and everything. Fantastic. Great, and she set it up to meet Peter Jackson because he's a big Lord of the Rings fan and stuff like that.
Nice. Do Australia or New?
No, not that part. But now I have to go after this. Maybe they want the captains.
Maybe so. That would,
Mhm.
Hmm. Hmm. Hello.
You're on your balcony right now?
Yeah, we got a backyard here.
A backyard, okay.
Yeah, patio.
Mhm.
So that's good. Relaxing.
Yeah, I'm 5 minutes walk from the ocean here, so it's very nice small town I'm in right now.
That's great. Yeah. How's the weather?
Today it was cold. It was snowing in north of Sweden, and it was cold winds here. But yesterday was real nice spring weather. So 10 degrees Celsius. I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit.
All right.
That's 50 in Fahrenheit. Yeah.
A little.
Yeah.
50. Okay, that's not terrible. It's yeah.
Yeah, it was great. We have been talking for like almost 3 hours now, I guess.
Yeah.
Or something like that. 2 hours. 2.5.
2 hours.
My live stream says 4.5 hours.
4.5 hours. Wow. Wow. Well, assignment to do. I will have my conversation with the crew, and I will see if I can send an initial crew meeting or exploratory crew meeting over some of that ground, and see. That's what's going to happen. And I'm going to go get some rest. I know you probably need some rest after multiple nights.
I will do that. So I think I'm gonna call it a quit here as well, because it's been a lot of hours. So I will go up early tomorrow morning instead and do this when people are awake. So.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Okay, buddy. Well, thank you so much. Good to hang out with you. And
amazing talk. Yeah.
And we
take this further now, so I can feel the energy. Yeah, and
we will.
And the assignment you have now is to listen to Rage Against the Machine, the song. What's it called? The one in the end of the Wake Up, right?
I'll do.
No?
Yeah, Wake Up. Yeah.
So I will do that as well. So we're both gonna listen to Wake Up now.
Okay.
Okay.
Ciao, Michael.
Great seeing you. Ciao, Mavs. Bye.
Yeah, good to see you. Ciao. Bye.
So there we have it, the Captain Future Show, 4 hours and 37 minutes, 38 minutes now. Live for the third night in a row. Some amazing guests and conversations here. And what can I say? This is what I do. This is what I do. Talk to people on serious and silly topics alike in the same conversation. And I would love to do this more and see how I can explore this further. And also all the talk about identity, crew member roles, system entrepreneur, navigator, and all that stuff. I would love to talk about there. All the knowledge I've been of the network society and stuff, how we connect stuff, how a complex VUCA society. That's also what I'm interested in. So much things. Being just seeing what we can do with storytelling and sci-fi buff, and being a space buff and a history buff and a geek buff and everything buff. There's so many interesting stuff I can spend hours on reading up on Wikipedia or watching YouTube videos about, and so that's who I am, and this is what I do. I am the captain. So now I'm going to do just like games. I'm going to go listen to Rage Against the Machine. Wake Up. You can find it on your favorite streaming platform right now. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you all for staying with me for so long. I will be online tomorrow from noon Swedish time. So from noon Swedish time tomorrow, somehow, some way, you will find me online here as well for the continuation of the Captain Future show, and for the coming weeks. And I will be trying to do this every day from my private account in some way. You follow me on the Captain Future show on Facebook. This is only live stream on my private account and on Ria's pages right now, and on the Best for the World YouTube account. But I will start streaming on both my personal Facebook and my Captain Future show on Facebook and my Captain Future show on YouTube. So I think this is the 3 places I will start broadcasting every day if I can. And if you want to join in and contribute to the conversation, feel free to contact me, and we see what we can do, because it's all about taking the story of us, the human race. We are one human race. We live on one planet, and we have taken us to the point of history where we are now. There's so many things that we have fucked up, but it will be unforgivable to fuck it up any further. So I think I'm gonna let's just read a quote one more time from Matrix, and then I'll sign off here. I know you're out there. I can feel you now. I know that you're afraid. You're afraid of us. You're afraid of change. I don't know the future. I didn't come here to tell you how this is going to end. I came here to tell you how this is going to begin. I'm going to hang up this phone or live call right now, and I'm going to show these people what you don't want them to see. I'm going to show them a world without you, a world without rules and control, without borders and boundaries, a world where anything is possible. Where we go from here is a choice I leave to you. My dear listeners, I love you from the bottom of my heart. Bye, everyone.